Welcome, come on in. Crystal's here, let's begin. No time for that fake stuff. Diamond in the rough, we dive in. Nose wide. Real talk, hit it hard. Opinions raw and real. Crime talk, that's the deal. Crystal's crime conversations. Real talk, no hesitations. Crystal's crime conversations. Fun around raw, all sensations. Welcome, come on in. Fun and raw, all sensations. Let's go.
Summer Wells. So, the Summer Wells case, I was looking at all this footage over, today in and out of the Karen Reed trial. And Summer Wells. Summer Wells went missing. And for it recently, TBI, because it's the anniversary situation, came out with a statement, that they basically haven't found anything in terms of her abduction and that she might have walked away. I just call baloney on all of that. I've been very vocal about this case from the beginning. I looked at the 5-month mark, and Brian Inton went out to her house, went to that county, talked to the sheriff's office, talked to TBI.
Hello. So I wanted to tell you guys the reason I'm bringing Coffindaffer up is because after Summer's 3-year anniversary, I was sharing the news clips. Jennifer made this, and I want to commentate on it. Before I do that, I want to go to my chat GPT, and I want to show you guys something. So I asked it, Jennifer Coffindaffer, FBI, tell me her credentials. Jennifer Coffindaffer is a retired FBI special agent with over 28 years of federal law enforcement experience. During her career, she specialized in gang narcotics, organized crime, Title III electronic surveillance, and counterintelligence investigations. She was involved in high-profile arrest operations and led nationally recognized investigations, including the disruption of the Crips gang in Fort Worth and dismantling the Medellin cartel cell. Additionally, she served as a tactical operator on the FBI SWAT team in Houston, Dallas, and San Juan. This is Eagle Security Group. You can look that up and it tells you all about her. I then asked, what cases has she cracked? Jennifer Coffindaffer has cracked several high-profile cases during her FBI career. These include disruption of the Crips criminal street gang in Fort Worth, Texas, and dismantling of the Medellin cartel cell that distributed thousands of kilos of cocaine throughout the Midwest and Northeast United States. Additionally, she managed and conducted numerous covert counterintelligence investigations in nuclear counterproliferation arena, significantly impacting organized crime and narcotics trafficking operations. Again, it takes you to the website that tells you about her. In addition to the Crips gang and Medallion cases, Jennifer Coffindaffer participated in various high-profile investigations, including organized crime, weapons of mass destruction, and counterterrorism. She conducted multiple undercover assignments and managed covert counterintelligence operations. She also testified in over 200 federal grand jury proceedings and trials on topics like federal gang criminal violations and white collar crime. For more detailed information, you could refer to her profile on Eagle Security Group website, which you guys can do on your own. All right, so let's go back to this tab. And let me come back to StreamYard. So, just saying, Crawford on. Yeah, I'm not saying she always gets things right. However, she has a very extensive background. Okay, she's worked with the FBI, and I hear Jody Sue constantly talking about her, like just talking about her, like she's in some stuff, she's this, she's that. I find her more reputable than Jody Sue, right? And I find her more reputable than these YouTube creators. I find her more reputable than I find myself. However, she made a comment on Summer's 3-year anniversary, and I wanted to go back and listen to what she said. Now, I want you to keep in mind her credentials, okay? So I'm going to shut my camera off.
You know what? Back then they said, listen, we don't have anything. I mean, unless something comes in, we're not working it. I posted on my Twitter, the lead investigator saying exactly that. Case is cold meaning I'm not out there, working it on a daily basis. If something comes in, I'll run it down. But it's basically completely cold. And this will always be my belief. Candace, Grandis, and Don Wells know what happened to that little girl. I want to just go through Candace's statements, 3 of Candace's statements. 1, I was taking a walk when she disappeared. 2, I dropped her off at the house. We were at Grandis's house planting plants. I remember taking a picture of the pot, that they were supposedly planting in. None of it added up. And she got a candy from Grandis. And then this part was the part that was really a kicker for me. I walked her from Grandis, who's on their property, to their main house. Listen, that girl ran around. There's so many pictures of her. She didn't need walked from one house to another. I told the boys, I love this too. I told the boys to watch her. This just wasn't that kind of environment, in my opinion. And I base that on the fact, the condition of the house, which we all saw the interior of the house, combined with the fact that children were removed from CPS, and I think there it's not called CPS though, so forgive me if I said the wrong name, but in Tennessee, basically their Child Protective Services Division came in and took those boys out by the grace of God. So they were out of there. But anyway, she also made up that contention. Candace has never kept her story straight. She said that intruders came in. Well, as I recall, and I hope we hear from somebody in chat that might recall this with me. There was a couch in front of that door that's down low that exited, that's, they could have.
Okay, so that's where she's wrong. There was no couch in front of the door when Summer went missing. The couch was gone long before, so she must be listening to YouTubers, right? She's wrong there. Us who followed the case know that. Good morning, Phoebe. Hey, Birdie, Lady Aura, I didn't say hello. Diamond Eyes. Victoria, hello. Pam O'Connor, hello. M9 for Life, hello. Anne-Marie, hello. Just saying hello to everybody. But anyways, we know the couch wasn't there, right? So, Miss Coffindaffer, I beg to differ with you there.
Came in through there. Have you seen that house? When you look at the grounds and everything, there were dogs everywhere, like barking, dogs that nobody, you would never go up to a house like this and not worry that you would be in peril just from dogs. It's wooded, difficult. So there's no chance, in my opinion, that a stranger abduction occurred here, that somebody just happened onto that property, somehow got past the dogs, somehow got in the door that was blocked by the couch, and somehow just happened to know that Summer Wells was going to be down in the basement. That is a no-go for me. It didn't happen. I'm not believing it. If it ended up that it happened, we could discuss that. I know some people have brought up, well, listen, this happened in this case and it happened in this case. There's a few rare things. This is the difference between those cases that you're referring to. Those cases didn't have parents that were addicts, that had multiple domestic violent police reports called in on them for their actions. This is a case where Don Wells tried to sell his children for drugs. We know that because there is testimony of that from his sister. This is a situation where Don Wells.
So I'm very, very, very well aware of how news sources get paid, and they elaborate, they make things up. But I'm asking you guys to listen to the detective work that she talks about. So far, I hear a lot of rumor that she has heard from the internet, because we all know the couch wasn't there, right? I just want to see if she makes any good points. I watched this when it came out, but I didn't, I was busy at the time. I didn't pay attention to it, so as good as I should have.
Is accused of sexually molesting a little girl, a young girl, I should say. This is a case of individuals that.
Okay, so if I'm correct, does she talk about looking at the parents' pasts? I understand that, but what this tells me here is that she is in contact with Chris McDonough and has been paying attention to Chris McDonough. Now, they're law enforcement and they talk together, I'm sure, as creators and people that are reporting on these cases. But I really think that she should know the back history before she. Just my opinion. I don't think she should be bringing Jeannie up, because that's going to see what she did was she took that to national news for the first time. I often wondered why Chris McDonough never did. He would sit on Nancy Grace and not say anything. He would go on other panels covering Monkey, never say anything. When he spoke about Summer, nothing he spoke about ever came out in national news about Jeannie and Mary. Anybody else notice that? However, Jennifer Coffindaffer brings it up. That's because she's spoken to Chris, in my opinion, or she's been following the YouTube. That's just my opinion.
That I believe are highly suspect in their treatment of their other children. Thus, they don't have any of their children back. In the statements that they made afterwards, listen, I listened to a recording of Don Wells where he says, when she disappeared, we were, however many feet away. He used the word we, and it was a spontaneous utterance. In the Bureau, as an investigator, when I hear spontaneous utterances, I know that is a clue that they're telling the truth. When people are initially confronted on crimes, they tend to say truthful statements.
Now, that's what I like. Coming from somebody who's ex-FBI, I want to hear how the FBI would look at it. I don't want to hear because you're a reputable news source. So I don't want to hear what you talk to other people about or what you've seen on the internet. What I want to hear is stuff like that. So you're looking for the utterance. Okay, that's amazing. Thank you.
When they don't have lawyers around, when they're not thinking about it, when they haven't really had time to process everything, and they make these utterances. That's what he said. I know he was supposed to be at work. I know that's supposedly what is purported to be the truth. I'm just telling you what Don Wells said. All sorts of problems with his statements. If you listen, and it's brutal, I did it back then. I only listened to a couple things today, but everything they came out and said on YouTube, private, it is unbelievable, the statements they made. And I really, if you want to watch something on the Wells, please watch their first interview. This is the one where Candace has very short hair. I believe she's in a purple shirt. She's in a tank top. I remember the color being purple for some reason. And she's sitting there with Don. I should say this is the first one with Don and Candace, because for a while, Don came out and said some different things. And, you know, he was with his sons and at least one of his sons and one. But I'm talking about the one with Candace. She's definitely, in my opinion, from my experience, completely drugged out. And she's just like, well, you know, I guess a stranger must have taken her. I mean, just definitely on, you know, definitely highly medicated. Look at what.
I don't know that I want to comment on that right now. I think I would ask you guys, what's your opinion? Do you feel that Candace was medicated? What kind of medications do you feel she was on in her first interview with Dawn when she finally came out and spoke?
Dawn wrote, what Dawn said early on, her being dead, her being in heaven, her being gone. These are statements and admissions that people make, in my opinion, when they know what happened to their child and they know their child isn't here anymore. If it comes out that a stranger took her, I will own these statements I'm making right now, and that I've consistently made since the minute she was abducted. You can watch on Marnie Hughes on News Nation. I have not deviated because the evidence hasn't deviated. It hasn't been strong enough, obviously, to make an arrest. But you know what has been strong enough to make an arrest? And I do not understand authorities. They did not arrest, the SO's office, the sheriff's office did not arrest Don and Candace for neglect and child endangerment in that house.
Honest opinion, looking at this biasedly, and I hate to do that, I agree. I feel there should have been some neglect charges. It would have gotten them to talk. They waited to take the boys out. You know, the first 48 hours are crucial. I'm not saying that them charges had to stick, but it would have been a better situation. I also find things funny, like they didn't haul in the cars and check the cars for like DNA, fingerprints, things of that nature. I have to question those things. Do you guys feel that that's a question, that it's an okay question to ask? Why are there certain things that most investigators would do that Hawkins County did not do? And then to let grandma even leave the state, that's bothersome to me. She was one of the last people to see Summer. Now, that's not saying because I think Dawn and Candace are guilty or anything by any means. I just feel it was poor investigation tactics, in my opinion.
So it was decided the children were in such poor care and in such a poor environment, they had to remove them. But we're not going to make any charges. That is almost unheard of in my experience. Fired up about this case, you guys. And quite frankly, I see Sebastian Rogers go in the exact same trajectory. I pointed this out a long time ago. It's just something we're seeing. It's going in the same trajectory. But in Sebastian's case, I do at least think there's.
Pam, my opinion is because I feel if they would have arrested them both at the same time and taken them instead of letting them sit on the hill and talk, like searchers should have been searching. Lawson or FBI or TBI, maybe they did, should have taken Dawn and Candace in night one. There should have been neglect charges and both of them in there so they could talk against each other. If anything happened, if they don't talk against each other, then fine, let them free. You know what I mean? But there's ways to handle it. Like, for instance, when Casey Anthony was being investigated for Kaylee's case, she was arrested for lying to the police. They took her in. When Misty Cummings was lying, they arrested her. Like, it's just a normal legal strategic move we see in most cases, right? And it just doesn't make sense. Like, even go to Tennessee, Sullivan County, Evelyn Boswell's case. Megan was arrested for lying to the police. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like there was a lot of things they could have done that they didn't do, but I don't know that they didn't do those things, you know? Just not, I don't know. We hear like they did the lie detector test the day later or the day after that because Candace was like, I didn't sleep. Well, you should have already had them in your office. That's just my opinion. We also hear Candace was on the hill for hours, throwing a fit, crying in her car, refusing to talk to law enforcement. Well, if that's the case, why didn't you put her ass in cuffs and take her? It's just hard. Like, we don't know what's true, what's not true. And we'll listen to that as we get through Benny's stuff too, because Benny talks a lot about the dynamics up there. Okay, hold on.
There's a chance he walked away. Sebastian was on the spectrum. And in my experience with people who are on the spectrum, they can leave their residences and wander at different times of the evening than one might expect from someone that might plan it out more, more spontaneous. So.
And another reason I say that is because yesterday, I think it was yesterday, we discovered Andy said he ran into Candace as he was coming in. So the police were coming in. They didn't even call her back. They allowed Dawn to go to Fred's. Like, they were allowing these people to leave their hill. They could have gone anywhere. It was so much confusion. Everybody was searching for that baby. And here's Dawn going to Fred Hills. Here's Candace going down the street. Like, it just doesn't make sense why they allowed all that to me. I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. It just doesn't make sense to me. Them people could have left that hill and did any number of things at that moment to cover something. Okay.
So in that regard, I really do have to have some hope. I do have some hope that Sebastian, like Connor Jack Oswald, that I brought up a lot, walked away and is somewhere. And then obviously at some point, maybe got picked up by somebody, established some sort of relationship with somebody. I don't know. When I say relationship, somebody befriended him in some way. That is the best we can hope for right now. He hasn't been found. He's not in the waterways. He's not in the ponds. He's not in any residence there. At least if we're to believe that law enforcement did their job and did the proper checks, which means literally going from door to door and asking permission to search right away, asking for crawl spaces. We heard that. I posted it on my Twitter. on what came over the radios, a lot of the radio communication early on. So we know they were going door to door. He hasn't been found in the vicinity that he could walk.
Okay, she's talking about another case. These channels are doing it to Sebastian's case now every day. They are, Phoebe. And it isn't just Sebastian's. There's other channels that don't follow the Summer case, that follow other criminal, like it's all over, you know? Dawn turned, fed with the rest. They wanted Sean Williams. Do you think Sean Williams can be connected to this? I don't know. That's kind of far-fetched for me, but it could be. Brought liquor to Candace is wrong. Yeah, I heard that too. Didn't Benny report that? Yeah, let's get to Benny. Okay, hold on. So, do you guys want to watch the live first, or do you want to watch the videos first? Let me know. How about we do the videos first today? Let's switch it up. Okay. Wait, that's not a video. Here we go. Let me get rid of that tab. Benny's on play.
Morning. So Mike gave me a BTS. Mike gave me a link to J is for Justice.
And if anyone wants to tell Slithers that I unblocked her, I unblocked all of her channels. We could play again, but this time I'm not going to unblock them. She could come in and listen and give her opinion. It would be helpful, actually. But I'm not going to cater to you, Tiffany.
And I watched, it was a pre-recorded phone call with Donald Wells. Jay is for Justice. She brought up a couple of good points in her video, and I like her style. She's doing clean, good work too. Well, one thing that I was unaware of, and this was in regards to an account that someone made in Don's name on YouTube, I'm guessing, and put some stuff out there, and they actually had that video called for either the TBI or the BIs together to go search a lake for her body. Yeah, it's just an all-around bad deal. Now, the other thing that Jay for Justice said was that, and I've picked up on what she said now. They haven't really been putting out a lot of physical attributes in regards to an Amber Alert for Summer. It would sort of lead you to believe that they have more cooking behind the scenes, which is pretty much always the case. Even when they're asking the public for a little bit of help, they don't base everything in the whole world, involving finding this child on the YouTube helpers. Wanted to applaud Jay is for Justice also for sending out some toys for the boys. I think that's really cool. Because when you bash those parents, well, you know what happens. But anyway, the next thing I wanted to touch on was Mr. Dotson. In the phone call with Jay, Donald cleared up the situation about the red truck. I think the best, we're going to have to accept that that's the best that explanation is going to get. And it's good. It's not what Mr. Dotson said. So I don't know how, I don't know what's going on. I think that the people that are helping that family, whether it be from the church or from online or whatever, it's probably just best to keep colorful stuff like red trucks and green money. Keep the colorful stuff private. We don't need to bring that stuff up anymore, right? Because it's clearly changed.
Nah, Benny. So why was Benny trying to X out the red truck? You don't keep that stuff private. The police had put the red truck out.
Years, right? So, there is also some complicating verbiage out there in regards to this case, and I wanted to help anyone who wasn't hip to what the lingo is. They are scaling back the investigation, but expanding it at the same time. You can expand an investigation with less agents.
One day we'll do the press conferences. They did say they were scaling back the search, but they were going to lean more towards an investigative avenue, which then at that point told us that they are looking into something criminal, right?
What they mean by expanding it is moving it further away from the home, which would take it more into the eyewitness arena, right? They start moving it away from the house because they've covered they've covered 5,000 square acres right there. I don't know what that equates to in linear mileage, but it sure is an awful lot of ground just by the sounds of it. So, all this.
Little Dev, honest opinion, looking unbiasedly, I agree with that. That's where I was for a very long time too. However, with the people involved, this case is still just so confusing. That's why we're doing this. Let's listen.
Done, and no arrest for the Wells. The one last thing I want to touch on is
I could take a break from Benny tomorrow because I don't want to overdo the Benny Lady R, and we can watch Smiley when Dawn was on and he spoke about his mom. We can look at that too because I don't want to do Benny every day. You know what I mean? It's going to get boring, and I got to make videos of other things, and there's so much that I want to point out to you guys. But I think it's smart that we go over Smiley. So maybe tomorrow we could go over Smiley's interview with Dawn. If that's okay with you guys, let me know.
something that a lot of you guys have heard me harp about, and that is the jury pool there. Not necessarily just there, but everywhere, right? Everywhere that YouTube has a blanket over a case, trying to erect any sort of what you would call a strong jury, unbiasedly strong. That may have already been a problem there. I don't know. But what I will say is now, if there were ever a criminal trial that needed to play out there, it's going to be very difficult. And so then that's where you start hoping that, you get to, you start already thinking about change. If you're an attorney that's going to, pull a case from a court up there in Rogers, Hawkins County, you start thinking automatically, oh boy, God forbid that there be any sort of mix up in this investigation where, falsely the Wells come under the radar, and some charges are actually brought forth because, with the way that the jury pool has been dictated to up there, it's going to be extremely hard to catch a jury that's going to, be predictable one way or another. You get.
I don't remember hearing about Candace catching him with a underage girl. I know she caught him with Crystal Spencer. She was well over age. Her and Clyde. Okay.
You get a jury that just doesn't know what's up or down, left or right. There's already so much discrepancy and inconsistency in what's going on up there. Delphi, I always say, guys, the Delphi girls are always going to be the kind of case that you wish for all kids, no matter if they're abducted, come home alive, whatever. When it involves children, the Delphi case is it's just the standard in which cases that involve children should be handled.
I didn't follow Delphi that much. I followed it a little bit, but what are your guys' thoughts on that? Do you agree with him? Because Lady Orr was talking about Delphi earlier, so I know my subs are interested. What are your thoughts with Penny on that?
We don't even have a cause of death in the Delphi case. There were just gag orders being put on all sorts of, the discovery. Essentially, there was a gag order put on the discovery, so you didn't hear about any evidence, no COD, no cause of death. You've got a mildly accurate time of death. But so back to the Wells case. You're already, it's.
If you guys are looking at this religiously, I would have to say that I have myself compared some of the religious things in Summer Wells' case with Lori Vallow and what is that, Hildebrandt and what's her name? Because they were very Mormon, and I want people to keep that in mind. Clyda, Mormon. Mom, Mormon. They were not Seventh-day Adventist. Very big Mormons.
It's already an area where technology is not the friend. It's not an ally in that area. That area in technology, they don't get along. That geograph of the world wasn't created by God to hold cellular service. So there's just a lot going on there. It is. It seems like it's the perfect place for that. Now, I wanted to before I leave, I wanted to draw one parallel, and I think that this parallel I'm seeing a connection in the way that uh, victim families behave. In the Orrin Orson West case, we had Trezell West. He made a comment in the one and only press conference that
And let's remember that that was solved after these videos had taken place, and Benny was wrong about those. He was very upset about Trezell. We are YouTube creators. We are not correct at all. Law enforcement officials is who we should be listening to, and this is proof of that. Delphi, Trezell, 2 cases right there in less than 5 minutes where Benny was wrong.
that him and his wife did, he made a comment that he wished that they could search all the neighbors' houses right there. And then you have Don making a similar plea. Of course, it's not a request. You're not going to request law enforcement to search all the neighbors, but it's a plea. It's some sort of plea that I feel like comes from, it comes from some place inside of the guardians of these children, and it's synonymous, right? I mean, it's almost, the verbiage is almost verbatim between Trezell and Don. So when you look at what Trezell has said, and this is how law works, and this is how case study works. You take a scenario that played out one way in a court, right? And they name it, for instance, Roe versus Wade or whatever. And that be a precedent in which other cases are looked at or looked upon. So you could very easily look at the situation that the Wests are in Cal City, parallel to Hawkins County and Candace and Don. You've got the vernacular is just, it's there, it's the same. We've not had any arrests in the Cal City case. And I think each day, as we know, unfortunately, it's a duplicity. And I will close with this. These cases are a duplicity. They are a dichotomy in the sense that the longer the child stays away and the parents aren't arrested, it looks great for the parents, right? But the longer it goes on, it looks worse for the kid. Now you're dealing with a YouTube community that has no foresight and no hindsight. And they have no peripheral either. So if you don't see ahead and you don't see behind and you can't see peripherally is the sides, right? You are just floundering around in a chaotic moment online that has no end game. It has no end game. It starts from nothing and it never ends. Yeah, fuck you mean. The only thing that would make this a little bit more immature is if on the front of it they went na 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 boo boo. So we also see this behavior as well.
Also, July 12th, 2021.
Now, it's not as if I couldn't live another day without knowing what they have to say. But I'll tell you by the way they preface it. It's got a very boastful, I don't know. I don't know what the feel is, kind of Frank Sinatra. I don't know. Anyhow, that's just not the way. You're better off. It's like a whole organization. Whoever types that speaks for the whole organization, I guess. Um, that's just not the way you would like to see it handled. That's, I guess, really all I'd say about that. I could sink to the level of immaturity and come up with something equally as, I don't know, shameful. Anyways, that being said, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. I hope it is good. Um, and I hope that this isn't the way you preface every time you've been helpful somewhere. If you've been helpful genuinely, God bless.
July 13th. So that was against the bikers crew that was coming in. But did you notice who liked it? Timmy Etheron. Awakened. Okay.
You want to know what other content creators make content about when they run out of content? Me. That's who.
Building your online.
Fucking right. Asshole. Doing it right now, 3 years later.
Morning.
Wait, before we move on, we want to watch the live from the 12th, right? Okay, hold on.
Hi. Hey, Casey. How you doing? Oh boy. Hold on, Casey. Hey, chicken head. Uh, how's everyone doing this afternoon? So, I wanted to just jump on. How you doing, Slink? Well, hit me up when we're done with this, if you want to, Casey. Hey, pretty wicked. So, first of all, for anyone that has just found me from this case, hey Shannon. For anyone that's found me, this is kind of what I do. I'm just a meat puppet. Um, you know, tragedies happen in people's lives, and I jump in the middle. I get in between. Um, hey Angela, I jump in between, and then they start to focus on me, and anything they can pull up or anything they can manifest in their minds. Yeah, I don't go live very often. I do when I go away from the house, just because I don't know. I like to chat and drive. Anyhow, um, I was told by someone that lives out in that area that they actually have a truck at the local police department there, I guess back behind. And it fits that description. I don't know anything more about it, you know, nor does that person. So, hey guys, I'm sorry about the, anyway, sorry about the chat. For one, when I follow it, even when I'm not driving, it is I just play hell trying to keep the train of thought, because I want to answer everyone's questions and, to the best I can. So this one, if you have a particular question that lingers and maybe I can help, go ahead and comment it in the comment section of this video, and we'll get to it. I specifically wanted to talk just for a moment about the trolling the family. Now, a lot of you know that I'm a world-class troll. You just farted. Nice. Don't do that again. We're being.
Fuck your trolling. And fuck your people that troll too. Yeah, we know. Stay off the internet. Do what's good for you.
Serious in here, bro. Don't do that again. So, somebody created a channel of some sort. I don't know exactly where. And Mr. Wells, in the name of Mr. Wells, and put a video on there that was, I guess, controversial enough that by what Mr. Wells says, that the law enforcement they went and did a bunch of scuba stuff that day in the name of that video, and I thought that was pretty rich, pretty rich that someone would come on and waste a resource like that. Now, to the ones that are just kind of dipping your toes in to the missing kids sector of YouTube, the true crime, I don't know how many of you are or you aren't, but if you're new to this,
I have a feeling he's going to start getting into some of the, what the hell were they called? Texas Equisearch. Not Texas, they were the Northeastern. So when we get there, we're going to go over Smiley tomorrow, but my next one, if somebody wants to take notes to remind me, I want to once again go over Duty Ron with Twyla and what's his face on there, where they talked about how they were mistaken for other searchers and blah blah blah. Okay, thank you, Lady R.
you have a decision to make. Do you want to hang around and be a basher, or are you going to be, one of the people that stands in the gap for these other folks? What would be great is if the world was inherently good, that the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, it was probably like that, more like that, So we've lost the nostalgia, right? Essentially, we've lost nostalgia. These young kids today, some of them will never handle an actual photograph, and certainly generations to come won't. Everything is, their whole life will be digital. There'll be nothing tangible that they could have held on to. So essentially, when a child or someone from this generation and beyond, loses their phone with all their pictures, it doesn't bother them because they don't have that sense of nostalgia, that a lot of us get, that analog feel, right? That real analog feel, and that's gone. But I guess we're over 900 tips now. Not a credible one. I do want to talk just a moment about. I have a line to the wells, and I just think that right now, they're clearly they're talking enough other places that I don't want to just jump on the bandwagon and be one of those channels and platforms that victim hop. I'm not into that. In the event that Donald and Candace want to speak to me, they can. Speak.
Right. So the date. He reaches out to Donald and Candace July 12th. He hasn't spoken to them up to this point.
Through me. They can. So I don't know that you guys could expect to hear from Don and Candace on my channel. I know that we did the Monica Sherrod stuff, Cash Birdie case. And just an update on her, guys. Monica she's doing better, but quite naturally she's really, she's missing the focus. So enough about that. But anyways, I heard a lot of things from the church eye there. I don't want to say their names. I said it wrong the other day, or yet earlier today, whatever. I said it wrong because if you say it wrong, everyone knows what I'm talking about. But if you say it wrong, they can't snatch your channel down. So we'll just, who we're the funeral man, right? Funeral man. He came on and he said some stuff about this red truck. And like I told you before, he prefaced this shit. Moderators, if you see anything out of pocket, just, you know what to do. Ain't no second chances today. We're all grown. You're in here talking crazy and other shit, man, we'll just remove you. You got time for that shit, right? Hold on, let me give you some iron, sweetheart. You got some iron. Now, you see some people playing. Hey, what's up, G-Dog? You see some people playing. Just go on ahead and put that iron across their head. I know you will, G-Dog. Hey, I'm just passing out bullets. It's up to y'all how you use it. Hey. Yes, we do. And you are one of them. Yeah, so much hate. Now, for fuck's sake, the hate. I could never hate somebody the way these people are hating Donald, and I've never met the man. Like, what the hell has Donald done to me? Like, nothing. So he will always have my support, Candace as well, until the damn police go. If in the event they do that, I'm certainly for the victim, right? Now, the ego, I've spoke on this before, the ego is such a huge part of making that decision to have a channel or not. Let me just say it there. The ego is what holds people back or thrusts them forward to make a channel. You're either cool with it or you're not cool with it. You either don't have a problem putting yourself out there, or you do. It's up to the individual, right? But there are a ton of people that have made the decision to start a channel that should not. Now, a lot of people say, "Oh, Benny, you got a small channel." Guess what? We're really active over here, right? We're really active. We see a great majority of our audience that are subscribed. We see them. We don't have 100,000 subscribers, and we've got 100 or 1,000 watching something, right? We play around with the larger percentages of our channel, right? This is our channel, right? So, um, the hate, it's, it's so real, right? But you also got to understand the power of clout. Clout is such a dangerous thing, right? Clout has you doing a lot of different shit that, you ordinarily wouldn't, or maybe you ordinarily would. I don't know, but clout's kind of.
I wonder if he's going to name the channels. I wonder who he was talking about. I'm going to bet AB and Tiffany.
Like being drunk. When you're drunk, you're more apt to do things that you wouldn't do, if you weren't so uninhibited, right? Quality over quantity, all the way, you know. But so I actually was trying to be cute with doing some math yesterday, and I went to Reddit with it, right? And Reddit's better than all of us over here on YouTube. Okay? Reddit's like really serious, right? Somebody did the math, and I was way off. I was just doing a real boiled down, just a boiled down. Bro, I was so off. I was off by thousands, and it made it that much more real. Pardon me, guys. Some of you know that I smoke cigarettes. Some of you don't know. I like to have a cigarette when I'm talking deep, so I've been trying to curb it.
Benny, you're going to have a cigarette in the car where you drive with your child at this time? Don't say. A box with all that smoke in it? Secondhand smoke's awful, Benny. You should know that. I can't believe you smoke in your car. Don't you know they're making that against the law in some places? You should know that, fucker.
You know what I mean? And so here we go. But this is what happens. People from Hawkins County, if there's ever, now listen, let me just give you a scenario real quick, right? Say they find a person of interest, right? Really, and I don't want to give a crook any ideas, but at this point in time, those fucking police will believe anything, right? I mean, they are baited. Them police are ready, right? And so it's not going to be hard in this, in the prosecutorial climate that they have there. It is not going to be hard to make a prosecutorial mistake. You have people who are absolutely saturating online with just the wildest shit, right? I have seen some.
Phoebe, I'm diabetic too, and I'm not supposed to have the carbs, but I did have a little bit tonight. And I'm also on Ozempic. And yes, it makes you feel full very quickly sometimes, huh? Jody Sue's been tormenting me about it. She posts every couple days something about Ozempic. It's gonna kill me.
Somebody post in some of these groups on Facebook. They actually posted a nasty kitchen, and when I was looking at it, I was like, "Oh my god!" And I clicked the comments, and you go down through there. There's just a ton of people saying, "This needs to be removed. This isn't even their kitchen. Like, we've seen their kitchen. That's not their kitchen." And I just don't know what's in the spirit of some human beings to do that, right? Like, what's in the spirit of people to do that? How can you? Well, this is the other thing. We do live in America or around the world where we've had this pandemic, and we've become more comfortable with not seeing people's faces. Well, I am big time on eye contact. and looking at people's faces when they talk to me and yada, yada, yada. And let me tell you what, I just can't take somebody seriously that I can't look in the eyes. Because right here is going to tell you all you need to know, right? So, meanwhile, if I can't see your face, I can't put any weight in anything you say. Now, let me tell you this. Most of the ones that don't show their face, they're on that bullshit anyway, right? Like, so you have to consider the source, right? Now, to those that are new to this or that haven't taken the track with some of these people that are involved in YouTube right now, I've trekked with these people on a few cases now. This is what they do. They make money off the case. They misappropriate the funds. They use the money for things other than what it was raised for. There's a ton of victim bashing. And then what you'll see is these same people take a case just as earthly far as it could go in the negative realm. And then right about that time, another kid goes missing. Another kid goes missing. And another sucker is born, right? Another sucker. Because let me tell you how it works. You may not even give a fuck about any of those other nasty channels. But the way ego plays into this deal is like this. You might come over to my channel and comment some fucked up shit. And then I may block your stupid ass. And then you would quite naturally end up on the channels that's full of all the other motherfuckers that don't like Vinny because Vinny doesn't even entertain conversation that is in the realm of victim bashing, right? So then you find all of these fucking idiots all over on one place. And guess what? They don't all subscribe to the same way of thinking in regards to this case. But where they do subscribe to the same way of thinking is hating me. Why do they hate me? Because I'm the one that speaks out and against about what they're doing, and I make it wrong. Without me and some other selective channels, these people would be able to go on with impunity. Impunity. They'd be able to go on and on and on and on and on. Right? Right? Let me tell you this, guys. I also do this every now and then when there's a bunch of bullshit going on, right? Let me tell you this. If you're not familiar with how to report a video, when you're looking at the video, you're going to start hitting buttons. It's going to say report. And you're going to go in there, and they've got a new titling now, and it is called cyber bullying. Okay? We need you to report every video that looks like cyberbullying or that looks like harassment or that looks like spam or a misleading agenda. No, they would not know the truth. No. That's it, because this is the deal. As soon as they get the truth, and the truth isn't as spectacular as the the bullshit they got going. I won't even try to make it sound fancy. When the truth comes out, or the truth never comes out, you got ego in the way. Ego's in the fucking way right now. Ego has these people. They don't care about what happens this summer, only so as they minimalize how wrong they are. They rather be wrong instead of wronger or wrongest, right? Because there's levels to this shit. That is levels to this shit. Let me tell you what they do. They band together so as they feel strong enough to continue pushing out the viciousness, which takes absolutely no intelligence to put into action. You don't have to be smart to be vicious. right? You could have one brain.
Isn't that calling the kettle black? Just saying.
Cell and that one be committed to viciousness. But they can't do it alone. I don't band together with anybody. The last time I banded together with somebody, we both had some soul searching going on, and it's still going on right now, right? So, well, so yeah, guys, another great piece of advice, right? The devil is alive, and he's a lie too, right? He's all in these comments all over. He's all in these comments all over. And while you think you're just playing around on YouTube, what you're doing is exposing your soul to the type of sorcery and witchcraft that can go on here. What's up, B? Right? You've got psychics on here telling you to pray. You've got this and that. I watched a Sloan Bella video this morning, and she was, I don't know. The feeling that I got from her was as if,
Taking note, psychics mentioned July 12th, first time, by Benny.
and if I thought back a week ago to when she made that video, I knew all the same things already that she said in her video. Like, she was saying stuff like it, like it was coming to her, but that shit had already been in the news, right? Like, hey, Trinity, like, what? Come on, man. She's like, I'm seeing a red truck and I'm seeing, and I'm like, because the police in the fucking news already showed us the red truck. Then let me tell you what happened. ODB or DD, sorry, not Darian Brown. Man, Dotson, man. This fool came on this bitch and said some old dumb shit. Thank you for becoming a member, and came on this bitch and said some old dumb shit about this fucking truck. Then Don goes on Justice for Jay and says, man, no, that ain't the truck. Hold on, I got to get my medicine right quick. Give me 1 minute for real.
His audio is driving me crazy. I never seen Bella, Corey.
Stops, right? Now is that when you become a member. Now, how did I take it? My mind is always at work. Don't you know what happens, right? What happens now is that when Summer's case draws to a close, that doesn't mean the kind of work that I want to do or that I am doing stops, right? Because what you have to do after there's a conclusion of some sort on this case, what you have to do is start working to indoctrinate everyone to know that, hey, just like when you go into public, you worry about fucking active shooters and, you know, you worry about new things in the new world, right? So now you have to know that if you're involved in a tragedy and it hits the fucking YouTube waves, don't say shit. Don't say anything. Don't come on here and try to plead your point. Don't come on here and try to shake it off or you know, get the haters off of you or any of that shit. Don't do it, right? Like, we have a mission to make sure that people know, right, that victim blaming in America is real, right? It's just like, you know what? They say racism is an American problem. I believe it is. Racism is an American problem. But guess what?
Summer's the victim. I want people to remember that. I get it. It's very possible Dawn and Candace are victims. I understand that. But at this point, the authorities have named Dawn and Candace as suspects. So I'm not saying it's okay to bash them, but I don't believe it's okay to say they're a victim until answers come for Summer. Like, it's like a red herring. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you don't want to overly protect the parents of a missing child, but you don't want to not protect them. It's just like a standard of social norms, like just to be a decent human, because there is a possibility that they're victims. But Benny, you came out here like they are 100% victims, and now your feelings have changed on that, right? So I think it's important for new people that come in and watch this to remember the only victim in the case of Summer Wells is Summer Wells as we review these. That's my stand on it. And I just want to make that clear. I don't agree with what everything everybody says. It actually frustrates me a little bit.
Victim bashing is an international problem because I see creators from Canada, I see creators from the UK, all Australia, all over the fucking world that are out here doing the best victim bashing of all. So that, you know, the international community is not immune to those issues. You know, I've heard that. I have heard that, Lizzie. And I don't know. I'm fired up again, man. I don't know nothing about the lady. I know that she covered some stuff on the Orrin and Orson West case, and I just didn't like. I didn't like it, right? Like, so the issue for me is the people that you know that resonate and resound with psychics is that I feel like I understand it the way that the believers believe it, right? And the way I understand it is that because it's coming from a spiritual force, that spiritual force's level of truth would be hard to reckon with if you were of the flesh, right? Like, who are you to argue with an apparition, right? Like, I don't know. Like, that tries to ask you to pray for it. I don't understand it. I just don't understand that ideology. Now, do I think that there's a power that exists like that? I do. I think there is. But I also think that it's dangerous to handle that because the side effect of handling that type of sorcery is not anywhere. I don't want to be next to that. Anyone else?
It's funny to me that he would say things like this, but then go on Cher's channel, not knowing how much Cher once supported psychics and still does. Prayer Garden does that same thing. It's hypocritical. You can't be against a higher spiritual power like that and then go support people who use that as content. Prayer Garden, Ziggy, Benny, Cher, right? I personally, in my life, if you believe in it, you believe in it. If you don't, you don't. But I'm not going to make arguments and fights out of it and be a hypocrite about it.
All I'm saying is for me, I don't want to get next to sorcery. That's all. So, I just, I've oftentimes wondered, what does it sound like when someone that follows a psychic or a psychic themselves calls in and says they have a tip? Do they automatically identify themselves as, someone with that type of power? Or do they cloak themselves and slide in like they're regular general public, like they have good, they've got good, hard, cold eyewitness account, which we also know that historically the eyewitness account is miserably inconsistent with what, the end all. So, just a few tidbits of information. And yes, the statistics, they play into every single abduction. Majority of the time, yes, it is a family abduction of some sort. But we've been on this one, what is it, 26 days now or whatever, and so all of those sort of tips and leads or whatever, they've been looked at. So where does it go from here? I don't know. I do know that it is growing.
I understand that theory, Phoebe, and a lot of people think that the dry drowning or the drowning. The problem with that for me is I feel like in a situation like that where Summer wasn't harmed, like physically, and that they had just gone swimming, or if Candace didn't understand dry drowning, if there was an illness, I feel like she would have taken Summer to the hospital. We hear in the past that she has taken her children to the hospital for things, but we also hear people like Allie said the one boy had a cut on his ankle and she never got it fixed, I understand people feel dry drowning is a possibility. I just feel like they wouldn't cover something like that up. My theory is the absolute worst of them all, but I also know it's just a theory. I'm a vibes person. Yeah, I think we all think the worst. Keyz, I have empathy for. We witnessed him battling his own demons and tribulations. We all fall short, his highs and lows. 194, I agree. I feel Benny's heart shined sometimes. I see the passion in him when he covers Summer's case. I had not watched him prior to Summer's case. I don't know what he was like in those cases. My issue with Benny is the amount of targeting me that it feels like he did, or why he knows about my lawsuits, or why those people were even contacting him. And I'm trying to figure out where that turn took place, because I don't want to think Benny's guilty of any of that, because I did follow Benny at the beginning of Summer's case as a subscriber. I followed Benny, I followed Tiffany, I followed AB, Libby, Nita, Valkyrie's Corner, and then all of a sudden Shay and Scott come into the fold, and Squall appears from... That's after I made my YouTube. That's who I followed prior to my YouTube. After my YouTube was made, here comes Scott. Here comes Squall over from Facebook. And it felt like there was a major change for me. When Adrian and Geeks came in, something changed for me. So I'm looking at this timeline and trying to figure it out. Is it possible some of these creators have absolutely played fuck shit in this game, or is it just locals? Is it the locals that played with the creators? And if so, which locals? I'm not necessarily here coming after the creators. I know it seems that way. But what it is there's other people that have played in this cesspool of disgustingness that have come in. And I feel like it's a lot of creators that just played a lot of locals that have just played a lot of games. In my opinion. I don't know. But we have to go back and listen to this to figure that out, because there was a lot of money stolen under Summer's name. A missing baby. Could you imagine that being your child? Your child's missing and you have these creators on here playing all these games, taking in money. That's aside from the fact I still believe, biasly, in one of my opinions, that Dawn and Candace play a huge role in this. And, Brooks had a clip, AB even shared it today, where Candace changes her story about seeing Jody Sue. We hear Jody Sue say Candace asked her to change her story. It's just too much. We got to figure out why all this happened. And why is that important? Because you know what it is going on in Sebastian's case right now? We got to stop this shit. This is not kosher in cases of missing children. It's not okay. And it's not okay for people who come out, and yes, we're going to speculate, right? Like Diamond Eyes just said, who's Chad? Right? We're going to speculate and talk about these people when they come out, but there is a level of adulting, I guess is the word I'm looking for, that you have to do, where it doesn't become an attack. You can say your opinions, you can give the good, the bad, the ugly. And you can still talk about the case without contacting the parents, going to their homes, driving around their neighborhoods. Because not everybody in Beach Creek is bad. Okay? There may be a lot of bad people there, but there are people there who are stuck in financial situations, or maybe love their land and have ancestral meaning. Tennessee is a very important state to the United States. How do you start cleaning up the whole America? You start with one state. And that's what I'm doing here. I hope. So this is not an attack on any creator. This is trying to figure out where the hell this shit started and who started it. Because I'm all the way done. All right, let's listen to Benny.
or after 30 days, the statistics. I mean, after 3 hours of being missing, the statistics start to plummet. After 30 days, after 90 days, and then you start looking at cold case statistics. How often is the cold case closed out with the type of disposition that we want? Like 2%. It's my wife's lunch, and she's beckoning me, so I'm not going to make her wait. I love you guys. Just some food for thought, things to remember, and I'll talk to you later. Remember, guys, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of
Okay, the 13th. We're on the 13th. Still, I may have, hold on. Here we go. This is about Hunter and Allie's mom. This was, oh, damn, the 14th. We didn't watch this. I must have skipped one. I'm sorry, guys. So we're going back a day.
Unmasked video. And it had the bigger, heavier set gal, Allie, Hunter's mom, on there. And, I got a couple of questions, and I think it's the same questions a lot of other people have. We allegedly have found out the person that Don thought that Candace was cheating on him with, a man named Jose, who I guess was a friend of.
Well, Crystal, if you ever feel open to talk about him, I'm open to hear everybody's theories, Just don't make them too graphic because I get in trouble for that stuff. Try to keep it in a respectful manner, and I'm open to hear any theory. I think we all have a right to our theories. Look, what makes us human is we all think differently, right? What would the world be? It would be so boring if everybody thought the exact same. So it's okay to think differently than me. I won't attack you for doing so.
An ex-husband of Allie's. Yeah. So the question that I have for Allie is, well, again, I there were some people that raised some pretty good points, right? So Allie, she came on and said that the reason why her and Candace aren't friends anymore is because Candace tried to put the moves on Jose.
Allie's mentioned July 13th, so this is after Chris McDonough's interview, I'm supposing. I'd have to look at the dates.
So she also went on to talk about the abuses and the different things in the house, which she did not report. She only stopped making friends with Candace because of Jose, not because of any other whatever she's claiming, right? So I say it's a difficult task to undertake to come online and bash your friend of however many years, and talk about the domestic violence that allegedly goes on in the house, but you didn't report any of that. Now, brings us to a second point. Now, I've not had anyone, I've not been in the situation that those two are in, but I'll tell you this. If I were, I certainly would not be sending my 15-year-old son with Candace anywhere if I feel like she's a bad person. To her own.
I don't know why this is a short little thing, but I remember this. And I agree. I agree 100% with Benny's statement there. If I felt any type of way after Allie came on and said that Candace threatened to pew her and all of this stuff about her, I would no way in hell have let my child go on top of that hill. I understand Allie is no longer alive. My biased opinion is she was a worse mother than Candace. I know that sounds awful. I couldn't imagine leaving my children after fighting with somebody up on a hill so that I had to go to work and had to call the police to go back to their house and get those children. There's no way in hell I would leave my children in a position like that. But she did that. That's not a good mom, in my opinion. I can't help my own opinion. I don't know how to look at that aspect of this unbiasedly. You don't leave your children with somebody you're scared of, or somebody that you've seen abuse children.
Own children, right? So Allie kind of nullifies everything that she's said previous and really subsequent to the trip to the swimming hole. Allie knew what she was doing, right? Or does she just let her blood son run around doing whatever he wants? Because, you know, he's part of that blood faction out there in Hawkins County. They must have got a big turn in. I don't know what made him choose blood over Crip, but he did. He made a choice. So
this is why I can't stand Benny. Why is he throwing them gang signs? Because he's saying Hunter did it? Okay. Hunter's a child. I'm not sticking up for Hunter. Do I believe he's a juvenile delinquent? You're fucking right, I do. You know? I live in a city, I live in a ghetto, and I live around children like that all the time. Okay? My cousins were like that. My brother was like that. But as an adult, Benny, you don't need to throw up the blood and Crip sign. You're not even black. You're not black, dude. Stop that. You're grown. You know better. You're just as bad as Hunter.
Allie, I don't know what it is you're doing, but it looks a lot like retribution, vindication.
It is my opinion Dawn and Candace have DHS involved in their lives because of what went on with Allie. Not only is it my opinion, but Sherry, Allie's mother, states that. I've shown it many times, and I'll show it many more eventually when I get there. So I feel like there's a connection with the DHS thing. I've heard rumors. I'm not going to state them until we get there because I don't know them to be true. So, hurry back, Chapstick. I can see eyes, Latin King. Oh my God, gotta laugh. All right, hold on.
Um, any of those. That's what it's looking like. It's also looking a little bit like Allie's hit the clout pipe, right? So,
Oh, you wasn't telling me you was going to lunch. You said, yeah, Candace Bly took her to lunch in March. She did. March of 2021. I have the photo. She absolutely did. After the fight with Jose. They were in contact. As much as people want to say that they weren't, there's proof out there that Allie and Sherry and Candace were all in contact way after the Jose shit. Not to mention that great grandbun, or was it Sherry? One of the two had mentioned that Grandis came to the house and like was chasing after the kids or yelling at the kids about the DHS situation.
I don't know what Allie's whole end game is. Now, I do see that yesterday, Mr. Wells made a comment about Allie turning on his family now that all this is going on, and I have to agree with Don. Um, you sent your kid, and now you've turned on the wells. I don't see the end game. I see the problem with a lot of these real life situations that make the move over to the YouTube. They lack the real substance to be looked at as credible. Now the one thing that I will say is that Unmasked originally, and I'm not saying they're doing a bad job. I think they're doing a good job, but I think that they're on the fringe like a lot of other people, right? And when you're on the fringe, things that you'll do when you're on the fringe is you will ask for factual, actual stuff from someone like Allie.
I don't dislike her, Diamond Eyes. I think everybody's circumstances are different and how you're raised is different. And just looking at this at a standpoint for Summer and for all the children involved, it's a sad situation, you know? One isn't better than the other, and Allie muddied the waters by coming to YouTube. That helps to spread the rumors like wildfire. You know what I mean?
When quite naturally everything that Allie spews out of her mouth is going to be hearsay. Unmasked soaks it up and says, "Oh well, yeah, I can you answer this because I'd like to end all speculation on this." Well, when you preface it like that, and then you ask Allie to give you whatever she can give you, it's going to be skewed and it looks very unintelligent. So there is.
And just to let you know, my thoughts are the same about Jody Sue, Fred Hill, all the locals that know these people and could have been a help in this case. They heard it instead. Oh, and yeah, she was paid. Molly Golightly shoved money right in her pocket in front of all of us. We all seen it. And I think it was later said it was like $500 or something. Yeah. They've all been paid. Those people, especially like YouTube creators, you expect people all over the world who don't know these people to come out and speculate, right? But when you have people who are that closely tied to the case that come out and muddy the waters, there's a problem, whether it's for money or not. What that tells me is not one of them people give one shit about that missing baby. They all could have been witnesses. So why are they doing this? Yeah, then the NDAs. We'll get there.
There's a fine line, Unmasked. There's a fine line. We're not just trying to cover ourselves with legality or, preface it with a statement that absolves all of our own interaction or input. So, with that being said, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Absolutely, Diamond Eyes. Like, I'm not writing what I'm saying right now, but before I came live, I knew what I was going to show you guys, and I put it up here. It's my script. This is what we're going over today. Blood Money Benny Keyz. Coffindaffer. You're right. I'm a creator. I'm not a cop. And a lot of people, and I hate to say this, and I don't mean to put the subs down in any way, but the subs got to see that. Like, they have to understand that what we say isn't word, it's just opinion, unless we have a badge. The reason why I stress that so much is because of the attacks that were put against me because of these people. And it's like people expected me to have the answers, and I wasn't allowed to have my own opinion. When I said I don't believe Squall, my whole world changed on YouTube for no reason. They didn't even let me finish my statement to say why I didn't believe her. Before Scott and McBro were in my chat attacking me like crazy. There was no need for it. And the thing that gets me with Benny is I feel like dude hates me. I don't know why, but it's weird because he would still come on my panel and talk to me and agree with me. And the night that happened, or maybe it was the night after, I had Queen Bee on my channel and some other lady, I don't even remember who it was. And Benny was on my channel asking me why I felt the way I did. I told him, and he was agreeing with me. And then all of a sudden, all this weird shit started happening. And I don't understand it. The attacks are too much. We can't go attacking subs and creators because they're just out here trying to speak their opinion, keep a little girl's name out there. Yeah, maybe make a little bit of money on the side. Not by putting cash apps up or taking in fundraisers or Venmos. Like, that shit's all creepy and it's too much. YouTube has a way for people to make money without you doing that. Hold on, I got a cough. Without you doing that when you are covering cases of victims. Okay? Now, Benny wants to make music. People like his music. He needs a new keyboard. He got to make money. Put your Cash App up. You're not doing it under the name of somebody who's missing. I understand that. You want to craft, you want to make a scrapbook? Get on there, show a tutorial. That's when it's okay for you to put your Cash App up. Covering victims, it's not okay. It's not okay to take in fundraisers without getting permission. It happens in every case, and it has to be stopped. Still July 13th. And yes, it's a lot. Integrity. That's it, Diamond Eyes, and that was the word I used that night on panel with Benny. And he was agreeing with me. I don't know what changed.
Allie, I got a question for you, man. Why you haven't talked to them people in all that time? Then out of nowhere, trying to hang out and shit. Send your son over there. See, this the thing. Your motive is fucked up. Let me tell you why. Because you were out there when she dropped Hunter off, trying to see that baby, make a conversation, acting fake as hell. For what? Because see, by the way I see it right now, I'm probably wrong in the end game, right? But right now, your involvement, it seems suspect than a motherfucker, man. Let me be honest with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You're the common denominator, right? And it seems as if you had this old setup game going where, for whatever reason, you have been left them alone, and now you're back to doing this other shit. Got my eye on you.
First mention of prayer visuals, it looks like. Noted. Still July 13th.
Good evening. So they had the second Summer Wells prayer vigil. It looked like there was a turnout this time, which is a gift and a curse, right? So
I'm wrong. Yesterday, he did mention the first one. Nobody showed up. That's right. So this must have been a Tuesday. It's actually... Never mind.
the really strange thing about
Here, you want to go by premonitions and shit? That's my first husband and I's wedding anniversary, July 13th. So here, we're going by numbers. Ding, ding. It happens to all of us. We all collaborate a number with a date, right? I love when... Never mind. Ziggy overdoes it.
the nature of all of this is that you want the family to feel supported by the vigil and the community outreach and stuff like that, right? But what you run into is an advocacy bashing, essentially, right? As soon as you start sending toys or food or anything like that to the Wells, you're going to be singled out, and it's not for everyone to help in that fashion, because you got to have a tough skin first and then a caring heart second. It's the way the YouTube makes you, it morphs you into that. Now, as far as the vigil is concerned, yes, you would love to see a big, huge outreach. But let me tell you, there's already a lot of bullshit flying around about the level of seriousness they think onlookers that were invited to come to this secretly for their, moment of fame.
So here's my question. Awakened and Seventh-day Adventists are two totally different religions, right? Am I correct about that? One's Christian and one's Seventh-day Adventist. However, Robin follows both. She goes to both of their events. She just recently posted pictures on Facebook, or Timmy Ethron did, of them together, okay, doing all this stuff together. So I'm a little confused. Which church is it that Robin follows? Which religion is it that Robin follows? Christian or Seventh-day Adventist? She attends both.
They want to catch Candace with no shoes on. Like that's some, huge determining factor of guilt or innocence is whether or not you wear shoes to a vigil. It's summertime. Get your head out of your ass, people. Right? That lady came fully clothed. She just didn't have shoes on. So what? Good gravy. I mean, it's just the level. I mean, when I'm out in my garden, guess what? I don't have no shoes on. You can go back and see I rototilled my whole garden with no shoes on.
I'm okay with children not having shoes on. Okay? What I'm not okay with is children being bucket naked while they're building with construction materials all around. No shoes, no clothes, nails, strange men helping you build your house. I don't think that those photos posted were appropriate, and I don't believe that that should have happened. The little girl should have been clothed. She should have had shoes on. That's my opinion. She should have been clothed. She should have had shoes on, and she shouldn't have been naked in front of strange men that were there helping build an addition to their house. I thought they were more on the lines of Mormon. Yeah, that's interesting. I need to find that out. Oh, is that what this is about? I thought he was talking about summer. Well, I walk around barefoot all the time. I don't care that Candace didn't have shoes on. I go down like Point State Park here in Pittsburgh and take my flip-flops off and walk in the grass. I love the feel grass on my feet. Okay.
So, I mean, I just don't get it, right? People just, so you were invited out to take part in the family vigil, but meanwhile,
Awaken is whatever Lamplight Theater is, Diamond Eyes. That's where they congregate. That's one of their places, and they congregate in the woods. It's really strange. Yeah, well, that's where Awaken is. The guy came from Georgia, and he moved to Tennessee. That's all in the Jackhammers. Go back and watch my Jackhammer stuff. Yeah, and if the area was safe and clean. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of her stuff on the Seventh-day Adventist because I don't want to attack the people. You know what I mean? However, there's some shady shit with people that pray in the woods and TT, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
what you're doing is you're doing one of those things where you're, holding your hand up in your video or you're taking pictures or whatever, so as you can report back.
Okay, but wasn't Jackhammer, Nana? Wasn't Jackhammer a part of that Lamplight?
So you can report back and take these pictures and slander them some more. So families, everyone watching, Okay. Let's first hope that this tragedy and these tragedies prior and subsequent to this will be a learning mechanism, a learning tool, and that we hold on tighter to our babies, right? But what we also need to be paying attention to second.
Do you guys want to take a break from this? Would you mind taking a break from Benny? We can come back. I'll stay on late. My kids are going camping for the weekend. I'm going to have the little baby, but he sleeps most of the time. Hubby's going to work, so I could be here all night. But do you guys want to take a break and we can go over? Yes, Joseph Broadwater. That's it, little Dev. That's it. You got it. Oh, I don't know. I think that's completely separated, though. Although I don't know, it might not be. But do you guys want to go watch my jackhammer live? I hate hearing my voice, but it's okay. All right. Hold on. Hubby's leaving for work. Let me kiss him goodbye. All right. So, July 13th, this video. Let's go to my channel.
Look, if you go to any.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Most of my thoughts are in here. However, this was July 11th, 2023. Boy, July seems to be the number, huh? I'm just going to let this play. If my feelings have changed, which I'm sure they have, I'll come on and say something. But this is who, we'll just watch it for a little bit. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but just a reminder of who they are. And my picture's gone. I can't tell if anybody can see me. Am I live? Can you see it? Huh? And some of CSI's first videos were about these people as well. Just putting that out there.
There we go. Well, hello, from Australia. Awesome to have you. Y'all in the world of hurt down there. I've seen some stuff going on, man. I'm praying for you guys. The sad thing is, America ain't too far behind you. We ain't too far behind you, sadly. Oh, trigger crimes. Oh, Rhonda. How you doing, Shay? Johnson City. Well, hey, that's kind of close. I hope there's a lot of local people tuning in, especially within the next couple of weeks or so, guys, because, listen, I don't even have any kids, but I'm going to have to make when the school boards have their meetings, you have to basically ask for the minutes to be able to talk, right? I'm going to have to do that right here where I live, and I'm not going to even get into that tonight. That'll be another night when I got all my ducks in a row, because I'll say it like this. I know people that's a fan, and they're actually kind of distant family to me, or family to me. And for them to take 4 or 5 kids out of school to homeschool them.
Also, there was a big to-do with him and Chris McDonough. Remember Chris McDonough doxed him? And he went ape shit. He come out as this hero praying for Summer. He was also involved, and I don't mean to bring politics into this, but in some of his videos, he talks about being involved in January 6th stuff in Washington. In my opinion, this isn't a good dude. That's my opinion.
That says a lot to me. So I started looking into why. And what I found out is very disturbing. So, yeah, man, I'm going to need a lot of local support because, you know, I graduated with a lot of buddies of mine, and they're teachers and supposedly superintendents of, you know, certain counties around me and this and that. And I'm going to be reaching out. I don't know if y'all are watching this. If you are, you better be expect a message, a phone call, a text, or something from me, because I'm going to make sure you're not on this train that's going to take the kids down a devilish road. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to be reaching out and asking, are they doing this in the schools you teach in? And if so, why? Why are you allowing it? So anyway, that's a whole nother night, guys. Whole nother night. Guys, my comments went away. Oh my gosh, they can just come back. Now a lot. My bad. I'm way behind. Let's see. I'm trying to look here, guys. Hey, Penny, it wasn't necessarily what I read. I seen a guy, a video of a guy in a motel, and I got a few buddies of mine that live down there too. And I know it's not bad everywhere, but certain areas I've seen they've cracked down. It's kind of mind blowing to me. Really, it's not human, is what it is. But anyway, I'm trying to read these comments here, guys. Let's see. Hello from Elizabeth. And oh, howdy, you're not far either. Hey, there's another one. You guys, I was trying to get caught up with the comments is what I was trying to do. You know, guys, I for the past I guess like 2 weeks or something, man, I've not done a video. I've sat back and watched. I've sat back and observed. And I'm not sure, man. I'm one reason I'm doing this video is I guess because I've got a lot of questions.
He was involved in all the prayer visuals. He was meeting with Chase in the woods, TT in the woods. TT has sent me messages about him. He's from the same areas as Chase. All of his friends are very racist. That's from me looking into him. He got arrested, or they kicked him out of the woods or somewhere they were praying because they wasn't supposed to be there praying. Maybe it was at the horse pond somewhere, like hidden in the woods somewhere. But the police came and told them they weren't allowed to pray no more. I just have a lot of questions about this guy. No, Phoebe. No. But I don't even think this is the video I wanted to share with you. I had another one. I probably don't have it no more. Where he's walking through the woods with people and TT's in them. She didn't show her face forever. It's crazy. Yeah, Chapstick. He has a very successful YouTube channel. He was here before Summer's case was here.
Questions is there's some of these what do you call them, YouTubers, let's just say that have took this, and they don't live here, They talk like they live here, but they don't live here. Know nothing about people that do live here.
He says God, but then he preaches Republican stuff and says things that aren't very nice. He has a channel, Jackhammer. What's the name of it? Jamie Jackhammer. Yeah. So he has a channel.
But man, they have spreaded the biggest amounts of BS about this I've ever seen. And people say, well, wonder why Summer's not found. This right here is why Summer's not been found. That's this right here, this little box right here is exactly why Summer's not been found. And what I was getting at is, I don't know what's worse: the people making the videos lying, or you all going in watching and saying nothing, either going along with them or just sitting back saying nothing. You know, if you sit back and say nothing, you're just as guilty as doing it. You know, there's something in life that everybody's got.
He came out much like Chase did, the savior, but only his attitude got the best of him really quick, and then he was in the woods with TT and Chase. I gotta find that fucking video. Right. He also has videos about he's been arrested in Oklahoma and other states. Give his channel a look. And let me say, this is just me speculating in my own opinion. All copyright disclaimers apply here.
It's called a conscience. I understand a lot of people don't know what that is. I get it. I don't know how most of y'all lay down sleep at night. And look, I know I'm not, when I say most of y'all, that's for the people that is, look, if you go to any of these, I mean, they're liars. Nothing they have done has been any credibility. Show me one person that's done something and Summer's been found, other than them, you know, putting their twist on it and running people down a rabbit hole and actually making people get out and do stuff, and deep down knowing that you're full of crap. I was one of them people. Yeah, in the very beginning of this, yeah, my name's still tagged on the page, yes. I'm not, guys, y'all know my Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ, and I'll never deny that. I don't care where I'm at. So I'm not really into these little electronic things that people try to say that they talk to, you know, your past members or whatever. Let me tell you something, guys. That's not of God, okay? That's not of God. I think people need to read their Bible and quit reading the Bible and making it work for how it fits they want their life to run, because that's not how it is, okay? All that little shimmy stuff is fake. It's not real. I'll tell you how I know it's not real. Because I well, like I said, when I was asked to go to a certain spot close to me by one of these people. I did. 4 hours, got bee stung, all that. But something I noticed is while I was there, I had actually this phone in my hand, and I was live on Facebook Messenger, right? And I was showing. What I learned is that person asking me, how do you feel? And guys, you know me, I'm really blunt. And I was like, well, it's 90 degrees. I'm really sticky. I just got stung by some bees. I mean, I don't know what I get.
Jamie Wilson, aka Jackhammer. Hold on, let me see. I have the name of his channel. Yeah, Jackhammer exclamation is the name of his channel. This was downloaded, or I would share the link.
And by going now, looking back, I get how this is taking place. That person is picking people that she can say, hey, how are you feeling? And they say, oh, well, I feel a little tingling in my fingers. And then it's a snowball effect, guys. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the next thing you know, you actually got people out on the ground, actual groups of people out on the ground. So I'm going to say this, anybody in any of these summer Wales groups, share this video. I'm going to save a lot of people a lot of time because I experienced it, okay? I'm going to say it like this. If God really did give people powers like that, you wouldn't have 85 people looking, okay? You'd have one. That's how my God works. You don't have 85 people and then them running around and, so they move it from a tote to this and that. Come on, guys. Do you all believe that stuff? Sadly, there's a lot of you that do because I see it. I see it with my own eyes. I see it. And I'm like, man, are you being for real? What Bible are you reading first off? And this person said she's of the same God we serve. That's a lie. Need to read your Bible again. God don't give powers to people charged with child abuse. Okay? He don't. Just keeping it real. Don't make me throw your name out there. That's all. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. A lot of y'all already know who I'm talking about. And I'm not here to bash nobody, guys. I'm just not. But I'm asking you all to be smarter. Can you do that? Can you be smarter? All you're doing is fueling these people. I mean, and I could name, that Chris McDonough, whatever. I mean, man, that video he done about me is still up. There's people in these comments right here that was in that video and they didn't take up for me. They didn't say nothing like, Chris, you're wrong. No, they let it happen. They let it play out. So you know what? I blame you just as much as I do him. And until he makes it right, I mean, what would y'all do? That's a sincere question. What would y'all do if you was me? What would y'all do? If you were out doing, whatever you could to try to help. And look, guys, I'm nobody. I'm nobody affiliated with any kind of law enforcement, nothing. I'm just me, what you're looking at right here, okay? But I wanted to help. And I've helped with a lot of missing people around me within the past 2 years, so to say, since my buddy went missing. A lot of people can vouch for that. But I'm nobody.
Who's his buddy? Who's his buddy that went missing? Little Dev, do you know? You know a lot about him. I didn't catch that before. Who's his buddy? Jason Arnold?
But I got a lot of, I'm not stupid either. Like I said, this one person, man, I didn't believe in all that Jimmy Jummy and stuff, but I was like, you know what? If you come to me and say, Jamie, God told me to do this, you know what I'm going to say? Jamie's going to say, you better listen to God. So I'm going to tell you, it's not for me to dispute that. I'm kind of, be honest with you, I'm kind of afraid to dispute that. I don't dispute God and his powers and I read the Bible, I know better. Okay. So, and even at the very beginning of this person did ask me, are you okay with this? And I was like, look, I follow Jesus. I don't know anything about this thing. All I'm here is doing is showing you video because you're hundreds of miles away. That's all it was to me. Now, when she started asking.
Everybody wonders where Chase came from. It's my opinion right here. Actually, it's quite provable. I'll do that. Very provable. I've proven it before. I just got to find the damn video. It might have actually been a night I played Just Let Chase Play.
Asking how I was feeling and all, then I was okay. That was after I got bee stung and all this. And, guys, why are y'all still paying this same person any attention when it comes to this or anything or her jibby jobby powers? Because, guys, they're not real. It's fake. It's fake. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe I've got that whole realm of whatever you all think that is mixed up in my mind. Maybe. One thing I will say is that I know the devil, he's got real power. There was a guy actually Sunday morning that walked in down there in Florida and killed a whole family, massacred them all because he said God told him to. So, I mean, to each their own. I don't believe God told him to do that. I don't understand why you all are following all this junk, man. It blows my mind. Yeah. And I've sat and watched for 2 weeks, and for the past couple of nights, you can ask Triggered Crimes right there. I've been planning on going live the past couple of nights, and instead, I've had veterans on the phone that I've been talking to that's upset over all this that's been going on with the idiots. That's just all I'm going to say. But they were upset, and I felt in my mind that was more important than doing this. I could wait another night and end up being 3 nights. But what are y'all doing, man? Why are y'all following this? I mean, I see some of these pages that don't even live here. They get on and laugh and joke and make sex jokes about this little missing girl. Y'all and when they go live, there's 2,000 of y'all in there watching them. Oh my God, man!
I'm not sure. I'm 9-4 life. He came out. I think he's part of the lamplight people. When Chase went to the prayer visual, that's what video it is. When Chase went to the prayer visual, they were there together, talking like buddies. In the background, Chase was trying to hide it. There was another time he was in the woods, and the police had to come and tell him that he's not allowed to pray there. It was like at the horse pond or something. Yeah, he was the first to go to the Wells property and filmed. He hated the Wells at first. He believed they were guilty. Then Chris McDonough, he went on Chris McDonough or something. Is that what it was? And Chris McDonough doxed him. He came on live and threw a huge fit about Chris McDonough doxing him. He's very into politics and religion on the Republican side. I believe, don't quote me till I can prove it, but I'm probably 85% sure that I think I seen a video of him where he stated he was involved in the January 6th stuff in Washington, D.C. He also connects to an area of people suing me that was in driving around with Chase. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I thought it was with that Awakened. No, maybe. Is that what it was? I don't know. Yeah, Killian, the guy Dawn worked with. That's what it was. You're right. Do you remember now? See how much has happened in Summer's case and has been brushed to the side? Then he became friends with the Wells. Gonzo came on the scene. Ernie. Yeah. Yes. From Lamplight. That's it. You're refreshing my memory. Thank you, Little Dev. That's the video I was looking for. I had a video with all that in it. I just couldn't remember. I'm telling you, I'm fried from this case. I don't know what that is. I feel like there's something here. That's an opinion. I'm speculating. He fell off my radar. He wants more money from you now. Geez, probably. Who knows? I feel like he knows somebody who was suing me, who was on the property of Don Will's work site. Oh, that's my Gary. How about that? Is that a sign of some sort? We're doing signs today. Jamie, the devil was in the details. That was my best friend on here that also stabbed me in my back. Yeah, that's Gary. No, it's okay. I'm 9 for life. That was my live. I'm sharing a live I had. I've gone over all this stuff before. Nobody wanted to listen to me, you know? And now everybody left because I'm not talking about Benny. It's 35 people in here. Nobody cares about this stuff. I'm still going to keep bringing it out, though. This is where I get a location from that I have a short that Candace speaks about taking Hunter to. Tim has a very weird sense of humor. Hold on. We can go over this another night because I was going over Benny, but let's just chat for a little bit.
Taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up to, I want to call it Ducktown because that's where we're planning on going, was Ducktown. And she's like, no, I'm going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right. And I was like, well, can I go? And Allie's like, yeah, go ahead. So we took him up to Ducktown with us and stuff and brought him back, and everything was fine. I thought we were good friends, but I guess she's trying to get back at me for some reason. I don't know. Taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months.
They would travel out of town. They would do a lot of traveling and stuff.
Yes, extensively. I mean, like, okay, so Washington, Michigan, some beaches.
Actually connects 2 people that were suing me to the area.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they went out west. And they had, partners they hung out with that, they would all go together, like trade the vehicles. That was crazy.
They would travel out of town. They would.
Sorry. I hit the back button on the wrong thing. There's a way that she connects there as well. Is all I'm saying. To the area. Not together, but to the area. Sorry. I got really off track here. I don't want to go nowhere. We could put Benny back on. Is that what you want to do? Or do you want to go? We could go to Jackhammer's channel. You guys pick. I like to keep different subjects. I go all over the streets. Right. And that's how everybody should be. You should be welcome to go in any chat you want. You're there for information about this little girl we all care about, right? It's a nasty feeling when you feel attacked because you want to hear somebody's information. Like, you go in there to hear their information, and if you chat and they don't think you should be there because you were in another chat or you have a disagreeing opinion than somebody, then it's all of a sudden we got to attack you instead of just listening to why we disagree. You know, it's okay to disagree. It's not okay to go real life on people. I've been accused of going real life on so many people, and that really is not even the case. Like, I don't know how much more real life you can get than trying to take everything somebody owns. Hold on. We'll put Benny back on. He's still up.
Hey, you don't have the arrow. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Maybe everybody's busy. I don't know. Maybe this is a short one. I'll tell you that much. All the time. So, how is everybody this evening? How is everybody? Thumbs up if you're okay, maybe? I don't ask nobody for no money. Man, give me some thumbs ups. Man, thank you. I see one more. So, oh shit, it's the wrong lane. Thank you guys. Appreciate everybody being adult like this. You know, over where we're at, it's a lot of positivity. Hey, Truth Seeker, how are you? I'm well. Thank you for asking. Just for anybody who's like, oh man, he started a Facebook group and then he bounced on it. No, I think that probably a lot of people, actually right now, if you're posting an opposite agenda other than the Bash Candace and the Bash Don stuff online in these groups, they're striking you out of it. But the way they're doing it is so that you can't post in any other groups, right? So I can't even post in my own group because someone doesn't like what I've posted in another group. So I guess that's part of it, you know, it's part of it. So I got a interesting tidbit of information regarding. Hold on, I'm gonna hook you guys up. Boop. Sorry, I know that I always do that. Hey, little B, what's happening now? So there was
Who, Benny? I don't remember Benny getting robbed. If it's on this channel. Somebody unlocked his whole channel yesterday for me. So that's what we're doing. We're going over it. I said I wanted to start watching from the beginning, and I went over a few. I found his other channel, a couple videos on a channel people had thought was taken down. And then I went back later to continue, and all of the videos were up. So somebody wants somebody to watch these. I don't know who unblocked them. They're saying it's not Benny, it's not Penny, it's not Tiffany. I don't know who it is. I'm thinking maybe Lizzie. Her and Benny were really close back then.
A piece of, well, it was just a comment on Facebook. Stacy, good to see you, sweetheart. How are you? Thank you for the emails and stuff. I'm terrible at emails, and I'm just so terrible at emails. And I'm terrible at text too. It's really bad. But it's like there's so much going on all the time that a lot of times I will start to type a text, or I will be typing a text, and then something else, and then I'll have like 5 texts that I never finished or sent out. So I apologize about that part of it. But I do want to comment on a couple of few different things here while I've got everyone's attention together. Hey, Honest Rage. So there was some stuff that came out. I'm guessing it was last night or it was earlier today, and I have
Or her, maybe.
an awesome teammate, and I don't want to. I have a lot of awesome teammates, but this one, she found the information about this Miss Stevens. This Miss Stevens, I don't know anything about it, but at some point today, that lady released some sort of statement or commented somewhere else. I don't know the particulars, but she's alleging that someone hacked her account. AI's open. Allegedly, someone hacked her account and went on there and said all of those things about H and S.
I don't know what he's talking about here. Does anybody know what he's talking about?
It is what it is, I guess, normally when it doesn't affect someone's life. Not for a moment. I believe that she was, unbeknownst to her and unaware of how I found it disconcerting. I really did. I found it very disconcerting that, who was that? Hey, Trinity, that there's so many discrepancies. I watched a video today from a gentleman thinks that S or that H and C were away from the water when something happened in the water, and then his contention is that potentially that some of Grandma's medicine may have been used in the play for whatever ailment she had. This gentleman, he thinks that she jumped in the water or something to that effect and hit her head. So he's spinning a theory that this young man Hunter potentially made while Candace and Grandma description filled. Now, he also alleges, which I think is, I think that it's really strange how deep these people dig. And then when they do, it's almost comedic with what they come up with. But this gentleman came up with the idea that I don't know what's up with the buffer. So
This is an awful stream. He keeps cutting out. Anybody notice how he had like really poor technology and then all of a sudden he gets drones and all this other shit? Yeah, curious.
Allie's had all of this stuff going on in her life. And meanwhile, I'm sorry, guys. Meanwhile, Allie's got all of this extra miscellaneous stuff going on with her son and Mr. Stilts, is his name, who lives in New York. So I just so happen.
That's a good thing, Phoebe. You don't want them to prescribe that there, because then it starts what the hell's going on here.
And I'm intrigued. Hey, Josie. So, human solutions, right? Essentially, what I'm gathering from human solutions is that human solutions is some sort of parental protective group. And what these groups do, some of these groups ride the fringe on what they'll do. Some of these groups will actually help families that have had children taken from CPS. They will help them reacquire their children and then hide them. Unfortunately, some of these groups have popped up, not cloaked, but inside of biker organizations. I don't know exactly what the pull with that is, but there's a pull with that. There was that post from the bikers against abuse, and in that, they were talking about having information that no one else has, only they have, I'm intrigued, but at the same time, I'm not that intrigued because of a lot of the behaviors you're seeing from, I don't know anything about the bikers against abuse. I know nothing about those people. But what I'll say is that during the times of tragedy, people get kind of cloudy. Correct. Now, Hunter's a big boy. H is a big boy. I think if he wanted to go to New York, it wouldn't matter what Allie said. That was gonna happen, right? That was gonna happen. So, I don't know. You might deduce from that situation that maybe Hunter doesn't want to go to New York, and that Dad got paramilitary with it. And that's the part that's so intriguing to me. Is the timing, and they actually called it an extraction. And the only people that do extractions are the fucking military, right? It's like the feds are pulling out an agent of their own, right? So I don't know how that all ties together, but I will tell you that I am super duper intrigued in the link between Human Solutions and the biker group. Now, on a side note, I will tell you that out of all people,
My numbers are dropping tremendously. Ernie's live. I just checked. You guys don't have to stay here if you just want to get on and go watch the drama. Whoa, did I miss something? All right, I'll keep playing. If you guys want to go, I'll let you go watch all the big hoopla that's going on.
that you're using the picture of Allie and Hunter, I had mine removed. I had a whole video removed where I was insane. I'm using the same, and in fact, I put letters over his chest, and so the only thing I took away from that was that Allie herself reporting that sort of stuff. So when there's children involved and stuff, and you don't like something, all you got to do is report the video, and then you say it's your minor child, and then they'll typically ask for a copy of the birth certificate, and once you provide that, they'll remove the video. But it was strange the way that YouTube worded it. They were like, "Oh, we think you probably didn't know that it was a man or boy, a male with his shirt off." I think that you can probably find just as many videos of men with no shirt on as you do.
Do I like bouncy houses? Yeah, actually, I do. They're really fun, especially when they keep the littles busy because they could play in them. I like the ones with the ball pits. I just had a graduation party for my daughter, and my sister, because we had it at my brother's, brought a bouncy house, and it had a water slide. You could plug a hose to it. And my niece, who's autistic, loved it. She was busy on it the whole time. It was amazing how much in love she was with that thing. You hear the fireworks? Do you like bouncy houses, Jacob? Nothing? Not a damn thing. No, my husband, you never know, right? Does it make you happy to come in here and act like a child? I bet you like big rubber dilds, right? I'm gonna let you stay. You amuse me.
Do with men with their shirt off on YouTube. So it's a little bit wacky, but I am super intrigued in the timing, right? Because there's no coincidences in these situations. That's what good detectives say. In an investigation, there's no.
You're a dickhead. No, maybe a big girl can't get in the bounce house, but that's because they got the best shit to bounce on, right?
Coincidences. If it's a coincidence, then it's a link.
You should get yourself a big girl. I bet you already have one. Or 10. Fucking food stamp hemorrhoid ass motherfucker.
Hey, Miss Higginbotham. So we're at that part now, where you start to where you start to look at everything with the kind of stank eye, the side eye, because you've got people like Miss Stevens out there saying, that Summer's been hit with the truck and, so on and so forth.
Dude probably couldn't even do a big girl because he probably don't have a little ding dong. He probably has nothing. He definitely ain't got no big balls because he comes in here without his real name, real picture. Here, Jacob. Well, you want to come on here and porn bomb me? Let's look at it. I'm not going to put you on screen, but grab a link. Let's look at your pecker. Go ahead. Put it in my backstage. Let's see how big it is. Make sure you put a ruler by it. Can you do that for me? I'll wait. Big girl on camera and all, so I can tell the people what it looks like. I don't know who it is, but I want to see his wing wong. He has so much to say about big girls, right? Come show me your thingy. Put it right there in my backstage. Make sure you have a ruler right next to it. No, I'm going to continue on to Benny. If you want to come up, come on. Show it. Motherfucker.
And let me tell you, first off and foremost, Don, I mean, I absolutely have no comprehension of victim bashing, but I have even less comprehension of what's being done to Donald, because Donald.
Because you got some shit to say about about big girls, right? But before you come on, I'll let you on panel. I need you to porn bomb me first. I want to see your wing wang next to a roller. And then I'm going to tell all the people how big of a dick you have. And then I'll let you show your face.
Was in his vehicle en route from work to home, like 45 minutes away. So to bash Donald is, just, it's unhuman. And I talked to someone that's very intelligent today, or last night, and we talked about the culpability of, marginal, families on the margins or on the fringes of society due to poverty or whatever. We talked about the culpability that some of these types of parents have in certain situations like this. And, my dear friend, she believes that in a situation like this, that the two are culpable. Now, I just can't make that stretch. Culpable to me means that you bought a shovel and some rope, or you used your vehicle to run a play that you shouldn't have, so on and so forth. That's what culpability to me means. I mean, we live in a society now that is powered by everything digital. And so what happens is that, like back in the day, guys, our grandparents, you want to know what makes our grandparents great? They got whipped when they acted wrong. And you didn't have to whip them too many times until they just got the idea.
I had to let the dog in. Somebody's letting off fireworks, and you'd have thought he just had a whole anxiety attack pulling me. Sorry. It could be Fred. Who knows who it is? They're not such a big boy, though, huh? I told them, show their thingy, and then I'll show their face. And we'll tell the people how big it is. Since they got such big balls, right? People are strange, Diana. Who knows who it is? Who cares? I didn't even block them. They can come back. The stream's up there. Did I pin it? Hold on. Let me make sure I pinned it for them. Yeah, fuck it. I can't find it. Anyways, back to BK.
Right? They got it under control. You know, and then you got the less fortunate that just, you know, they crack the whip on them all the time. But so I grew up, you know, getting hands played on me. You know, life for me was a boxing match growing up with my pops. So, you know, not saying that that's what kids need. They don't need to be beat on. But you know, kids these days, they don't have a healthy fear of anything that resembles an authoritarian. And you know, applying punishment in certain things. You know, so you know, the difference is that somewhere in the 90s they started saying, you know,
Jacob, come on now. Don't come in here and ask questions if you can't show what you have. And actually, yes, I do. My husband loves them.
you can't spank your kid in Walmart if he's throwing a fucking fit. Well, I'll spank mine in Walmart. I don't give a shit. I don't, you know what I mean? Like it's you don't suspend your discipline because it's not the right.
Jacob's probably wearing women's panties. Huh? You think little Dev? What kind? You got them G-strings on, Jacob? Come show your face, buddy. You know what? We're going to time you out. Actually, we're going to ban you. Okay. Back to Benny. Again.
Forum for somebody else that's shopping for. You got these damn kids just running amok online, right? I mean, everything is accessible to them. That's why. You know, I don't know. I do know that, again, I'm going to close with this, that I am super intrigued with the timing of this extraction. I mean, I guess if they would have worded it differently, I don't know. If the guy from Human Solutions didn't want the clout for his organization and he would have stayed off of there, that's how those groups stay effective, is they cloak themselves. This fucking guy jumps right out there and he's like, I'm the guy. We extracted him. Here's the paperwork, domestic travel. You know, like he wanted the clout. So, you know, you start doing all this extra shit when all it takes is a fucking, like I said, a $74 Spirit plane ride. And Hunter is in New York. Seems like maybe Hunter didn't want to go to New York. I don't know. But he was extracted sometime after this shit happened. 2 weeks after it happened. Hunter got extracted 2 weeks ago. Right? 2 weeks ago. So and of course you have to know, he was around. Now, is he cleared to leave? I don't know. I would say that that's what maybe some of the delay was. Now, you start.
This is crazy to me looking back on this. I didn't realize that them bikers came in so early on in July. Like, that's still the first half of July. I was thinking maybe August that happened, but he's saying 2 weeks ago. So right after Summer went missing, that happened. It didn't happen like when we were talking about it. Is that what Benny's saying? Yeah, that was sad what they did. And it's scary because Hunter was still a child, regardless of what we think of him. You know?
To look at a situation where, and this is just a theory of mine I'm going to throw out. You look at a situation where you have a young boy that's tied up into an abduction case, only tied up. I only mean tied up in the sense that, well, shit, he was around that day, right? Now he's tied up being questioned by feds and TBI, and all of a sudden his daddy's like, no, I'm going to extract him away from all that. I have custody right now. I don't care what them police got going on. I'm bringing my boy away from all that shit. That's what I feel like it could look like. Now, that doesn't mean he's guilty. It could just mean that the dad doesn't want his boy fucking being questioned by the laws, right? I get it, right? But all I'm saying is
Yep, the date on the video is July 14th, 2021. That was a long time ago, huh?
that the way it all happened, that's what, I'm smelling a little bit of that, you know. So we'll see, guys. But I'm pulling up at the house now. So remember, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Love you guys.
Jesus, hold on, guys. I confused myself. No, that's too far. Okay, I think we watched that one. That one. Was that clear enough? Let me see. Yeah. Okay, so then he didn't go live again until July 28th. So let's go back to videos and see if he did any videos. Curious. Sorry, guys. My grandbaby's getting ready to leave with his mama to go pick my son up. Hold on. So he's running around in the background. He's not really paying attention. Hold on. Let me mute for 1 minute while I look for this video so she can talk to me real quick. Okay, I apologize. I told you guys they're going camping for the weekend, the 2 kids. Bye. Have fun. I love you. You. They're going camping and leaving me with the baby up to their friend's cabin. The kid I had on my channel that had his toe cut off with the lawnmower, that had the lizard thing, monitor dragon or whatever, a few weeks ago. They're going camping with them, so they're leaving me with the baby, but he's sleeping. We're good. Okay. It's okay, Birdie. Take your time. It'll be here. It ain't going nowhere. No, back to Benny. So we are going to, that was July 14th, right? Where were we on these videos? Right here. We watched these. We've watched that. I think we're here. Okay, this is July 13th. I don't know if we watched it, but it's only a minute long, so we'll watch this.
Allie, I got a question for you, ma'am. Why you haven't talked to them people in all that time? Then out of nowhere, trying to hang out and shit.
I didn't even think about that. Wait, who said that? It was around the time Juanita was doing her crazy shit. Huh. Both New York, huh? That's interesting.
Send your son over there. See, this the thing. Your motive is fucked up. Let me tell you why. Because you were out there when she dropped Hunter off, trying to see that baby, make a conversation, acting fake as hell. For what? Because see, by the way I see it right now, I'm probably wrong in the end game, right? But right now, your involvement, it seems suspect than a motherfucker, man. Let me be honest with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You're the common denominator, right? And it seems as if you had this whole setup game going where, for whatever reason, you have been left them alone, and now you're back to doing this other shit. Got my eye on you.
Okay, I remember where we were at now. We did watch that. Okay, we are July 13th. I think that's where we started. Okay. We watched the prayer visual one. We weren't finished with it. Let's finish this. Duh.
Secondly, is the way victims are going to be treated. Now, what you have is you have a pretty low level sophistication as far as the trolling is going. But what you do have is you have a very consistent, concerted effort with the trolling. And it's just a lot easier to be negative, and do the devil's bidding than it is to be positive and to, to push and fight for people, that you don't know. And that you are inherently good, and that's the way that God, God made you in his image. So for you to go against that and be vicious is ridiculous. I don't know. There's a lot of people out there that you know. The other thing, guys, there is a lot of people out there trolling me, and that's okay, right? That's part of the reason why I do what I do. Right? Focus on me. Focus on me all you want. Leave those poor people alone. Right? Stop publicly bashing the people that do good things for other people in tragedies, please, so that those people that aren't thick-skinned but do have a big heart and want to help, they can still help and reach out through the social media. If they have no other means to reach out, you have to use the social media. So if you're reaching out some sort of way and it becomes public, guess what? They're off to the races, and they are going to bash an advocate or someone that wants to do something good for someone in their moment of need or grief or tragedy, and the victim, you know, because essentially what we're saying now, I mean, and it's not even, it isn't even a, it's not one of those things it goes without saying. It's being said loud and clear. And what's being said loud and clear is poor Summer, you're just a meal ticket. Your parents, fuck them. Justice in America, fuck that. Right? That's what we're doing. Right? Yeah. This, and I'm going to close with this. This is the same ideology. What we have going on here is people bashing victims. The people doing the bashing, they've been victims, but, you know, probably, if they're enjoying what's going on, they're not present victims. Right? So, you know, that ideology is like defund the police, right? Soon as one of yours goes missing and you need some advocacy, you also need some police, right? So now all of a sudden, who are you going to call? You're going to call, you know, a YouTuber to fix it for you, or are you going to call the police?
I have to say it. It came to mind. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Sorry, I had to.
Don't worry. I'll wait. Fuck you, me. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to flip this off. This will be explicit content and will not be monetized. So, while we're all out here, and this isn't for Don and Candace, this is for everybody else. While we're on here trying to get a laugh off the YouTube, let's imagine a little girl in a shallow grave somewhere, maybe. While we're trying to get a laugh about the church people, let's imagine a little girl somewhere having unspeakable things done to her. While we're having a laugh on YouTube, let's forget about any of the evils that this little girl has went through since she's been taken, because it's all about the click, right? It's all about the click, right? Let's imagine for a minute, while we're trying to get a laugh off the YouTube and a click and a like, the very person that was entertaining some bullshit that you guys got going on could have held the key. But they were worried and busy fucking around with you. Let's imagine for a minute that 900 leads didn't go by already, and we didn't have ran through all of the budget already for search and rescue, right? Let's imagine that. Let's imagine for a minute, while we're trying to get a laugh off of YouTube, that we're not thinking about all the unimaginable things that Summer has unfortunately been forced to endure, right? Yeah.
Okay, this is still July 13th. So remember, July 13th skips to July 28th in the lives. We're still on July 13th in videos.
Let's imagine for a minute while we're trying to get a laugh off of YouTube, a little fucking girl may have lost her life. May have lost her life. And this shit is funny. I hear about people making fun of people from the church finding bread, calling them thieves, making fun of the way they talk out there. This is America. If you've got a problem with the way Americans do business, stop dipping into it. But while we're on here trying to get laughs at the cost of this family, let's talk about maybe some of the things that this young girl has had to endure that no one in life, except for the victims of tragic violence, will ever even be able to imagine. And we're on here having fun. Fuck you, mean. Good morning.
July 14th, no live, but a video.
So, a couple of things that popped up late last night. I just wanted to give them some time to either develop or undevelop. So, there's some talk going on that potentially the bikers for abuse against children have allegedly moved Hunter from, or helped assist Hunter from Tennessee back to New York.
Bobo covered that little dove, and that's what I wanted to bring out last night after we covered Bobo, but I decided to go stay on Benny, and I'm glad I did. But we will get there. Eventually, we'll get there. But yes, they did. Very much so. Both did. Not just Hawkins County Sheriff Lawson. I'm trying to remember who was in with him. But there was 2 public meetings, and the other one was the rescue squad that went in and tried to get money. And Grassy, what is it called? Grassy Creek, something of YouTube. They have all of those. I haven't looked in a while, so I intend on doing that at some point. 6/16/21. Damn, dude. I gotta look at the dates. That's crazy.
I don't know how viable that is, but that's what's being said. Now, let me scoot over a little bit. Right here, you'll see that someone named Miss Stevens has a very colorful comment. And as you can read the comment, I'll paraphrase it, summarize it, that Hunter would have been driving the truck and ran over Summer. Now, that's good in theory. The problem with that is if you hit a child with a vehicle and you were to knock out teeth and do all this other stuff, that makes a biologic.
Can I point something out to you guys? I don't know what Benny was showing, but Miss Stevens is not from America. She writes the word mum, M-U-M, not MOM. She's British. Benny was bringing out somebody who was lying.
A biological and forensical mess to clean up. It certainly seems like this comment is a bunch of horseshit, is what it seems like. Now,
thank God. I thought he was shown that in a good light. I'll tell you who I think that could be, but I won't. You guys can figure that out.
to elaborate further, this right here is the sort of thing that people are calling the police about. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that in the end, this couldn't be so. But right now, I won't say this could be so because the police haven't said this is so. So, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But I'll tell you what, also, that heavier set gal, Allie, the original rumor of 20 dogs, that came from Allie. Now we've heard several substantiations from Mr. Dotson and a couple of other people that when you pull in there, those dogs don't necessarily go ape shit and start trying to chew tires off of cars and stuff. So I don't really know what's the what with the dogs, but I'll tell you what.
Who got really involved as somebody from that area that was interviewing the neighbors and really went after Allie backwoods. Although it could just be a normal anybody too. But why would that person get on there and say it like fact? Benny was right to call that out. I thought he was going to be okay with that for a minute there. I was going to be like, oh, hell no. They don't even spell mom like Americans.
This right here is the kind of shit that they're tying up the police with. Now I only say shit,
The one that was extremely supportive of Doug.
Just objectifying it as an object, right? And just calling all objects shit. Anyways, this is just a small portion of what TBI is dealing with, what the FBI is dealing with, and what 80 other agencies are having to deal with is shit like this. I don't know if Miss Stevens is from the locale there or not. It certainly seems as if she is. Now you start to look at the very helpful people of Hawkins County that don't necessarily have a lot to do with what's going on online. Now, I will say, I want to close with one other thing.
Yes, let me give my opinion on the mattress because I was watching the Ernie stuff all day. The police were there. They had dogs there. The mattress was there when the police were there. If there was anything on that mattress, the police should have taken that mattress. There would have been something on it. They had both cadaver dogs and scent dogs. I think the mattress was pissed, shit on, ate on, nasty, and it showed the way the Wills lived. However, if the police wanted the mattress, they were on that hill for days. They would have taken the mattress. Red hair. Just my opinion, Phoebe. I didn't mean to sound snarky.
There's an allegation from Don's sister. And I don't want to take away anything from Don's sister if that's true. I mean, if that's true, then, you know, there's a family dynamic. And I had a talk with someone last night about the way, specifically in Tennessee, you know, places like Tennessee and West Virginia, there's some very rural areas where, you know, there's not a lot of police contact, and where, you know, families generations back were, you know, indoctrinated, and there were different customs and ideas, even though, you know, maybe the current time in America, we're against all of that, but there is a lot of stuff that goes on. I mean, even worldwide. In Pakistan, 90% of the population marries a first cousin. So, you know, there are a lot of things that go on in the world that aren't necessarily politically correct.
So there's Benny announcing to the world that Rogersville is inbred. Good job, Benny. That's how you do it. That's how you get the support of the community. You can't make this shit up.
Or even biblically correct, but that doesn't mean that they don't happen. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen and it doesn't go unseen, because clearly it does. So the only thing I'd like to ask Don's sister is just, you know, I get the why now, but why, how? Why did you do it the way you did it?
Benny, I believe they were also taken advantage of. At least one of them. However, where did I see Mary? PG? Last night? She's pushing that channel of hers. I don't want to victim blame. I don't want to say something's wrong with that. I want to believe that women wouldn't lie. I stand up for the victims. I hope the bad things never happen to them. I've talked to Jeannie. She's a lovely, lovely woman. I feel like Chris McDonough took advantage of them. That's where I'm going to stand on that. Just my opinion.
I think that clearly only adds to the raging inferno. I think that information like that is best served cold, like revenge, if it's true. And so what are you doing? You're going online and I'm not bashing her at all. I'm just asking a question. You know, there probably could have been a better time and a better situation to relay all of this. So, you know, my only question is, you know, why like this? So with that being said, I hope everyone has a great day, a great afternoon. You may or may not see me throughout the day. Depending on how you feel about me, that could be a curse or it could be a blessing. Anyhow, remember, guys, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So, slide this over here.
Still doing videos July 14th. No live.
I am way, way, way behind in what's going on with this case. So I'm catching up as we speak. We're seeing this guy over here. Essentially, it's legal kidnapping. I guess what you would call it is a protective parenting group. It is a group that will help people retrieve children. Now, the one thing that I gather from this video is that the gentleman, he seems very proud of himself for the extraction of Hunter. Meanwhile, never asking, or rather never stating, is this something Hunter wanted, right? Because if Hunter wanted to go to his dad's, he'd just go, right? I mean, they get him a Spirit plane ticket for $74, or they put him on a Greyhound, or to go through all of this and file for illegal kidnapping it's a lot. It's an awful lot. So, Allie, you had all this going on.
I remember all that, Andy, and I remember how after you seen him, he called you up and was cussing at you and put it on a live. I remember all of that because I was following Jody at the time.
You had all this going on. Boy, the American climate is strange right now, isn't it? I think if you're playing chess, not checkers, to the man here, that's the kind of work maybe you do covertly so that you could be effective. I don't know. But I actually, I had heard of these groups, but I wasn't, it was like a unicorn. Now you actually see someone proud of doing what they did.
No, Andy said on that call, I tried to talk to you. I was looking for you. And Benny was like, oh, you were looking for me, but you wouldn't talk to me. I don't understand. Maybe Andy can tell us the real story because that was kind of like back and forth and hard to hear. I'm still here, guys. I'm going to, after this video, because it's a short one, I'm going to step away and pull Jody Sue. I'm going to change my clothes real quick. Just check on the baby because he's in the other room so I don't wake him. Okay, hold on.
And I don't know. What do you end up removing a child from and thrusting him into? I've seen and garnered my own opinion of Hunter's dad. And then you got to ask yourself, what's the lesser of two evils? So, I in the court of public appeal, I guess if you have a group of people that will say that Candace purchased alcohol for this boy, then you've got an argument to stand on. But seeing how this wasn't ever part of, the court would never hire this gentleman to do this work. I mean, because it is as easy as calling the police. I don't want to get all into that. It's fucking crazy is what it is. So there's clearly a link between the Human Solutions guy and the Bikers Club, because the Bikers Club is the muscle. They work in tandem. So seems like the Bikers Club wants to hurry up and drop the juice. I don't know what the fuck is going on. That's what I'm going to say. Fuck you, me.
Still July 14th short video, so I'm not walking away yet. Hold on. It pisses me off to see that people were attacking. There's no sound on this, so I'm going to leave my mic on. It pisses me off to see people were attacking. Here, I'll go back and read it. Edward and Leslie. Hunter, if there is a story to tell, tell it and free yourself. Tell your dad. It's obvious there's more for you to say. The pictures are telling. This is not a good thing for a 15-year-old boy. Although you probably figure you're a man, you should have some counseling, but I don't know how. Those things go in Tennessee. I pray you are brave and strong enough to tell what needs to be done. God bless you, and I hope you have a good life. Anna Murr. You cannot run, hide, lie forever. You will become tired, irritated, and exhausted. She's not here anymore. And she had a right to be. None of you are fooling anyone. Just another waste of life, time. God is an illusion. Reality waits for you all. That's sickening, Anna Murr, whoever you are. That's disgusting. He's still a child. Do the right thing. If you know something, speak on it, no matter how small or insignificant, no matter who it may hurt. Can I see the video? PM me. I thought I saw it a while back, but I can't find it now. If you knew anything, please do the right thing and tell it. Summer something. That's in KY, Kentucky. I think it's time you tell your side, Hunter. Donald is posting about you now on his Facebook, trying to throw you under the bus, shaking my damn head. Just so you all know, TBI is reading and watching everything on all of the family's pages and all the groups. Y'all better sit down and be humble and leave that child alone. Can't blame a child for how they act when it's the parents who raised them. Maybe he wasn't raised by the right way. Nobody but the family. Hold on. Knows what is really going on with this child who is obviously trying to get attention the wrong way. Let him lead him the right way instead of putting him down. And you really need to leave Summer's family alone. The truth will come out. And when it does, like, none of this should be done on his child's page. And Allie, his page shouldn't be public. He was 14. Why is his page public? Just on and on. Oops.
So
Hold on. Another short one.
wow. So
July 15th. No live. He makes a video.
we've got people sending death threats to the Wells family now. I mean, how? We don't even have a disposition on this case yet, right? No one's even been charged, but you got people that are stepping out of character to threaten to kill the Wells. That's the ultimate in victim bashing. It does not get any bigger or any of that. That is the very pinnacle. When you have people threatening to kill people who have not been charged by the police, who have not went to jail, who have yada yada, so on and so forth, right? Like,
Huh? Bama Girl did talk to him long, but he sent me money through someone and then acted like it was to be on Ben Hill. But he said it was because he wanted to and to help. Benny sent you money? Is that what you're saying, Andy?
what good? How do you think of that shit? How do you think in your mind, oh, this family has a child missing? Let's threaten to kill him. Now, the one thing that I know about people that do all that threatening shit, right? Sometimes you have to be worried about it. In this situation, I don't know how you should feel about that. I think that anytime someone threatens you, you have to, at least mildly take it seriously. But in this situation, it becomes detrimental. This has happened on all the cases that I have worked on. Somebody always wants to kill the victims, and It's just always someone running their mouth. But you know, the tragic part.
Damn it, I had my mic off. I was saying, somebody said we all float down here, and I said, I don't know if it's a troll or not. So I lit one up and said, let's all float. Fuck them. And then I was talking about Andy. Damn it. I asked you, Andy, that's very interesting information. I'm glad you're talking about it. Can you tell me who was all with Gavel and them when they came down? And was you around when they recorded something they're not allowed to put on YouTube, or they won't put on YouTube? Do you know what that was? And how long they were there for? And then could you also tell me the story, if it's okay with you? I've asked in the past and you didn't answer. I think it's important, maybe, how CSI got in touch with you, and the whole dynamics there. Just because her first videos were of that jackhammer, and I have some questions. I can't believe I just had a whole conversation with y'all on mute again. You guys got to yell at me when you see me talking and you don't hear me. Oh, did Gray Fox say something? Only need 6 feet of water to hide secrets. Are you hiding secrets, Gray Fox?
Part about this is about the time you think this is just some YouTube bullshit, somebody gets killed, you know. I guess the connection that I want to make is that if there is someone out there who is willing.
Andrew, did you watch prior to this? Or are you just coming in live? I have a question. What do you know about Juanita? She's from like the same area as you, right? Have you ever met her? And can you refresh our memory on the whole biker thing? CSI got mad, I got mad, and that was it. Misunderstanding, maybe, I don't know. What was she mad about? Because you started talking to them? Don't know who was all here, and he just got home. Okay. I'm just wondering, Andrew, if you know anything about Juanita. With a machete? Are you serious? They thought they was freaking Scooby-Doo, didn't they? They was really out there playing like Clue or something. It's ridiculous. You don't remember the psychics in Summer's case, Andrew? With Ernie and all them, they're talking about it now on all the channels. I thought I seen you in some of the chats. All right, I'm going to put Benny back on. I'm still floating. It went out. I got to light it back up.
To fucking kill this family, you're going to have to kill them 3 boys too, right? But if you're willing to do that, what does that say about you? Right? You're willing to kill someone before, wait a minute. You know exactly what happened, don't you? Because the only
Okay, can I ask you, since we're at the part with Benny, where we are, what was Juanita's last name? My son had a aunt named Juanita from that area. I don't know. She just goes by Juanita Louise. But Andrew, since we're talking about this, not for long, not a long time, no fighting or anything, but would you like to grab a link and come up? And the only thing I want to talk about right now is the bikers. Do you want to come refresh our memory on what happened on that? Because we're there and a lot of us are confused. I'll throw you a link. But I want to get back to Benny, so I don't want to be too long. I just want to hear about the biker thing. Just because we're on that part. Do you know how many, Gray Fox? Because you coming in here and saying shit like that makes me think you might be trolling me. Because you might know what happened to Summer, right? Like, who comes in the chat and says shit like that? Well, we're covering a case of a missing kid. You're sick in the head, the Gray Fox. So who are you? Show it with your, say that with your face. Getting ready for bed, but we can tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's right. All right, let's put Benny back on.
reason you fucking threaten somebody with death is because you know definitively they've killed that little girl. Fuck you mean? Good morning, guys. The biker group, they've been on my mind. What I want to do with this video is I want to just take a couple of minutes to draw some parallels.
Andy, speaking of that, you left out the other day. Did you see my live about green eyes? I played a video in there Nana's Angels had played. I'd like you to listen to it and see if anything in that story reminds you of anything from anyone or anything in your area. If that's okay. You don't have to do it now. You don't have to. Just get back to me on it. If you can. Okay?
Between Orrin and Orson West case and Summer Wells case. Now, sometime in the immediate future from when Orrin and Orson West were abducted, you had a motorcycle group that was coming to the front. They were doing some stuff in the initial part of the abduction. Now, Orrin and Orson's grandpa, we'll just call him Grandpa Dean. He owns a motorcycle. I'm not making a connection there, but in the recent past, from the day that Orrin and Orson West went missing, Grandpa Dean posted on his social media about extractions of children through a group like this. And then, we also had the connection of Trezell and Don both saying, that almost verbatim talking about how they wished that they could have the homes of their neighbors searched. So you start to see some parallels being drawn. And no, let me preface this. I do not think these two cases are connected in any sort of way. What I am finding intriguing is the connection of biker groups and missing children. They have resources, these biker groups. And it's been said that these biker groups are fully capable of doing this work legally. And they also will do this work illegally. Now, I'm not insinuating that this biker group, Bikers Against the Abuse of Children International, I'm not saying that they're doing any illegalities. But what I will say is that the CEO of Human Solutions, he really wanted that win in the win column for Hunter's extraction. I don't know. I just think that sort of activity has to constitute you being watched by the government or by state agencies, whatever. I also am interested in knowing if this is the first extraction for Human Solutions. It kind of resonates with me that potentially this is the first extraction of the paramilitary type that Human Solutions has been involved in, because of that man, he was acting very victorious. And it's one of those touchy situations, right? Where Human Solutions extracted a child for a summertime visit. So it was like, just trying to get involved in any sort of extraction. That's what I think it looks like from the extractionist side. From the parental side, it is summer, when summer is over, Hunter's going to go back to his mom's allegedly. So you really start to not really see, but a picture is being painted of a group that is overzealous, I believe. So anyhow, just kind of showing the parallels of two cases that are 6 months withdrawn from each other, but you have some of the same dynamics. So ultimately, I think that these biker groups, they need to be they need to be taken a look at, just to make sure that they're operating on the level. Because for someone to be that well versed in the paperwork and in the things you have to have in order to make a legal kidnapping happen, that concerns me. That there's people out there that are so well versed in the law, they know how to do the legal kidnapping. It just seems greasy, right? Yeah. So I'm going to leave it there. Tell me what you guys think in the comments below. Remember, guys, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Please hit the thumbs up. I don't ask for no damn money, no donations, none of that BS. If you felt like you wanted to make a donation, I would push that money directly over to the wells. So that's just what it is. So in the meantime, in between time, I love you guys. Have a great day. God bless. Good morning, guys.
I don't remember if I told the date on that. That was the 15th. No live. I'm going to go back. We're going to the next one.
Good afternoon.
Also July 15th.
Good afternoon. Just out here with the garden. But cucumbers are kicking like Jackie Chan, man. Anyways, I've been trying to figure out specifically what emotion victim bashing triggers. What emotion? I mean, can we identify that feel good that people get from doing this? What can we identify exactly what feel good it is? Is it elation? Is it accomplishment? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but it definitely triggers some sort of feel good chemical, like dopamine or whatever, um, for people to do this and then get validated. Because I tell you this, if it weren't for the professional commenters on YouTube that tell these content creators that it's okay to do this stuff, if it weren't for them, there'd be no that, right? Um, it's a really hard thing to try to wrangle. And about the time I think that you feel like you've made any sense of it, that's when you probably really realize how nonsensical it is. I just, we know what other physical human actions that we do that create a feel good, right? Like people use drugs for a lot of negative reasons, and science has been able to identify what those reasonings are. Whether it be abuses or longing for validation or ineffectualism with women, or men. There's a lot of different reasons, that are motivating factors for why people do this. But you certainly start to, question the ideal that if someone is ineffectual with women in real life, how does it, how do you make that turn to where you come over and you start getting that replacement good feeling that you would get from a woman? You get that from bashing victims. I think that the person that is capable of making that turn is a very simple creature at best. And that's essentially what you're looking at. Any YouTube creator that's going to bash a victim is looking for a feel good validation in some other area of their life where it's lacking. And instead of just asking and reaching out for those things that you desire in a natural, positive fashion, you've got to obtain that feel good feeling by doing what you're doing now. And it's preposterous. It's very simple in its creation and its design. It's simple to see. And that's kind of a trend, I think, with a lot of these, at least male creators. You see an ineffectualism with women, and then you see that sort of frustration play out online in the way that they source that that substitute, right? They're searching for a dopamine release for a substitute of having real affection in their lives. When you don't have real affection, then you make fun of other people that do have real affection. So I get it. I think. Anybody else have anything you want to add? Put it in the box below. I don't ask you for no damn money, so give me a thumbs up. Fuck you, mean.
Also, July 15th video.
Good evening. I'm going to talk real quick about why does YouTube have to make up rumors and lies? Why do we always have so many people, bitching, moaning, and complaining about not having enough information? We want more information. We want this. We want that. Why do you think that is? It's because you bash them. Why would they want to say anything? Right? It's a double-edged sword. See, America will, well, not just America, but the online community. They'll test your ego. Then they'll talk shit about you, and they'll do this, that, and the third, trying to get you to reply. And if you don't play by their rules, well, then they'll go with this smear campaign of threats and all the negatives to go with that, and really just take your family on. Knowing the whole time, see that they could approach it a little more peacefully and positively, and really, they could get the most and best type of information, firsthand information. That's the best. So, it's just this thing that will never stop, and there's going to be good days doing it, and there's going to be bad days doing it. And, I guess the key is to try to, try to put down as many good days in a row doing this kind of stuff, because, it's, I'd venture to say that, since I've started working, doing whatever I can on this case, it's been roughly 400 people have came around now, talking about a different, a change in the way that they think about it. Maybe they were okay with some of the things that were going on initially in the beginning, and now they're, it's reached the cusp. They're tired of it. They're done. So I don't think that people change from the positive light side. Those other people don't see those kind of numbers. They don't come around.
July 15th, 3 years later, you're already calling it the cusp. I don't think so, Benny. I think we've been there many times. Many, many times.
In those kind of numbers. They never could, right? Because we're all inherently good, right? It's just the standout few schmucks of the world that can do this sort of damage. If you imagined if we were all doing this work, there'd be no judicial system in America, and it would just be completely polluted. So we're hanging on to that, by the whites of our fingernails, right? Other countries, they don't have the issues that we have here in America. So, shouts out to them, right? But here we are, we're living here, and we're dealing with the aftermath of these cases. And
actually, Benny, there's a lot of third world countries that live a hell of a lot worse than us, and their cases are legal. They do the same thing. They're allowed to take their children and their women and hurt them. So you need a history lesson. Just saying.
Just got to keep believing that people are inherently good, and again, people only come out of the dark into the light. We're not losing people from the light side into the dark side with the rest of them fools over there. We're not losing people at breakneck speed. We are gaining people every single day that are coming over to the correct godly way of thinking, right? There's no mockery here. There's no judging here. There's no
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit for whatever you're going to say next. Bullshit, just bullshit. What changed? I'm curious. What changed, Benny?
challenging here, right? It is just a community that's got open arms, right? So you fall into this community over on this side and you could never be hurt, right? You could never be chastised. You could never be belittled or bullied. None of that, right? So that's what it is, guys, right? We're gaining every single day. We gain towards the compassion. We gain. Eventually, those other channels, no one's going to listen to them. No one's going to subscribe to them, right? I mean, they'll subscribe to them, but it's not going to be like this forever. I assure you, it cannot be. If we keep going and keep pushing, it could never stay like this. In closing, I'll tell you, the way you know that it's working, when they've got all the content they need and everything is running smoothly, they don't say my name at all. But when the things that we do over here start working, that's when they start selling little tiny pictures of my face to other people. It's working, right? It is working. We can't stop, won't stop. Fuck you, me.
Much for choosing News Channel 11 at noon on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Cindy Kessler.
Thank you.
I think I skipped a couple. I had to go back. This is still the 15th.
Now, today marks 1 month in the search for 5-year-old Summer Wells in Hawkins County. This afternoon, the child remains at the center of a statewide Amber Alert. And new this afternoon, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says 978 tips have been received, but still no sign of the little girl. News Channel 11's Bianca Murray joins us live in studio with a latest update from the family of Summer Wells.
Sydney, I spoke with Summer's father, Donald Wells, this morning. He tells me that the family is having a hard time coping with Summer's disappearance, which, as you said, marks 1 month today. Donald Wells sharing this statement to me, which reads in part, quote, "The misinformation being circulated is not helping to find Summer. People on social media are only adding to the pain the family is going through." He went on to say that all of it is adding to the workload for detectives and distracting from the real goal of finding Summer, end quote. Donald Wells also told me that his other children are also being affected by Summer's disappearance, including what he calls, in his words, social media attacks on the family. I'll have more on the ongoing search for Summer later tonight on News Channel 11.
Bianca.
He's complaining about attacks on his family. This was July 15th. I don't think at this point Dawn had done some Time News, maybe some regular media. Do you guys remember, had he been on, who was his first channel was Jay's for Justice. Had he been on there yet? Do you know? By July 15th?
Thank you. Now, anyone with information on her whereabouts is asked to contact 1-800-TBI-FIND, or you can email any credible tips to the address on your screen. That's tips2TBI@tn.gov.
Some bullshit, y'all. This is some bullshit. Good afternoon.
Maybe I didn't skip any. He did not go live on the 16th. He did not make videos on the 16th. This is the 17th of July.
I subscribe to a gentleman called John Kelly. I think a lot of us do. He's been on many different publications and court TVs and different things, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, just talk a short few minutes about another reason why we see these novice sleuths online behaving the way that they do. It's because we have professionals on here doing the same thing. And so when you're not a professional, but you see a professional doing something that you find interesting or that you would like to emulate or imitate or whatever, it becomes very hard for the John Q layman, the John Q citizenry to adhere to any sort of unbiased when you watch professionals do it. And it's really, it's disgruntling, but that's kind of, that's the nature of the beast as well, because, in order to stay relevant and, you watch so many channels say, please like, share, subscribe. My Cash App is in the description. Like, all that's cool. I mean, it's within the boundary and the intent in which YouTube was designed, I suppose. But I don't know. Like, I don't ask a lot of people. I don't say a lot like subscribe, like, share. Like, that's not really my lingo, not that I've never said it, but it's not my regular everyday lingo. So, when you have these now I will tell you, Profiling Evil with Mr. Mike, I dig his stuff. He's a pretty straight shooter. I see, though, with all the channels that when you try to cover other things, you don't get the turnout as the hottest specific case in the moment. Or unless you find that niche of several cases where there's a lot of interactions going on. But I see Mr. Mike try to cover other things last night or different nights, and it just doesn't get the attention. So that draw in itself, the fact that you're trying to maintain a YouTube channel that's monetized, and
So he's calling out John Q on July 17th. Wow. That is way before the Reward Fund Marathon. For those that are taking note.
you're trying to keep your opinion in the forefront and fresh, that you would fall subject to, unbiased material. Now, I've had people say, Benny, you're biased. You're completely biased. You think the family is innocent. And you know what? That's the American bias, right? In America, you are supposed to presume innocence until guilt. And when you start mixing money and you start mixing different dynamics of life into these cases with technology,
what you have is this sort of turnout, where even the professionals find it difficult to adhere to the sort of unbiased normalcy that that the judiciary system it demands, right? It demands that. So, I don't know. I know that some of these professionals could be what you would call paid expert witnesses, and so really being biased doesn't bother their marketplace. They're still they're still ascertainable in that way. So, um, you know, I think that if we want to change the true crime community, it's imperative that the profession.
This video is July 17th, Diamond Eyes, 2021.
Professionals in our community adhere to, the American dream, at least the criminal's American dream, right? Like this very community is the reason why a lot of you have jobs, why a lot of you have income on YouTube. So I think that you owe it to yourself and to the community of people, and moreover than all, the victims. You owe it to them to be as precise, sharp instrument that you can be. I saw the profiler 23-minute video. He wanted to talk about the angles that could play you. And unfortunately, he only talked about anything random for about 3-4 minutes. The other 19 minutes were having to do with various angles, very specific descriptive angles about the wells. And then he would preface them and finish them by saying, now, I'm not trying to make them guilty. That's like saying, no offense, but fuck you. So fuck you mean.
I don't know who Benny's talking about, but that's sort of what I do. I don't want to look at them as innocent or guilty. You have to look at them from both sides, right? Anybody that's involved in any case, because that's why police, LE, investigate. That's why everybody is a suspect. But you are also innocent until proven guilty by the court of law. The court of public is a whole different ball game, Benny. July 17th as well.
The shit ain't funny, man. The shit ain't funny. Let me tell you what doesn't go hand in hand like oil and vinegar. YouTubers and soil sample money. Man, I said this shit 3 weeks ago. This shit was all cap. Man, how the fuck you gonna scam somebody, run over on the motherfucking me card? You was already over or something, because she sent you 10, she sent you 1050, somebody paid it down and you're still over 1,000. And what do you need the money for? So you can send it to who? Wait, the guy with the Inquisitor. Fuck you, me.
Who was he talking about? July 17th, he's saying somebody's scamming. Is that John Q? Because he just mentioned him in the video earlier. Huh. Interesting. Next day, July 18th.
Good evening. So, spending a lot of time thinking about, life, but also Summer and Don and Candace, and I think.
Wow, little Dev. You and I spoke about that a long time ago in the comment section. Do you remember that? I remember you telling me about your dad because of my son.
I think that I had fooled myself into believing that as soon as this thing started, it wasn't already over. I kept thinking that what I was doing was making a difference. I kept thinking that I may be able to change enough minds and enough hearts that it'd make it worth it. Today, everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people are resting all they know of this case on what a psychic said about a septic tank. I just don't even know anymore.
You want to see how dumb people are and how dumb people fall under the path of what everybody says? I'm one of them dumb people. I made a video about the septic tank months and months later. I don't know that I heard it from a psychic, but I heard it from some channel. And then I seen the septic tanks on the Wells property, the blue things, and I didn't know that they were removable. Okay, I thought they were there, and I asked, did people check in there? I made a video about them. Listen, creators are wrong all the time. However, this is about the psychics, and we need to find out which one. But I just want to say that I can tell you when I'm wrong. I was wrong about the septic tanks, guys. Okay?
Talk on the town. Don left Candace. I don't know why any of these things have become appropriate to talk about online. I mean, these things are, the epitome of private. And what you have essentially is you have people who love to hate. You're looking at it. You're looking dead at it. It's a real thing. I don't know. Like, what does it fulfill? How does it make you feel better? Right? Clearly, it's a very short, fast-acting, short-lived. The half-life on victim bashing is probably, I don't know, something like crack, probably. Never tried crack, but I'm assuming that from what you know about TV, and the people have to return quickly in order to get that next fix, you might line up a victim basher in the same classic class, socially, mentally, and substantially You're just never going, us as mortal people, we will never change. We can't change the heart of someone that's so dark like that. There's nothing we can do. All we can do is pray. Just pray. And I don't pray that karma come in these people's life and fuck it all up. Pray that these people see the light and are able to make an adjustment. As far as Don and far as Candace and Summer, it doesn't matter how it plays out now, does it? No, it doesn't. I mean, as far as we're concerned, for them, no matter how it turns out, it's still bad. If Summer comes home, it's bad. If she stays gone, it's bad. Because we as YouTube, we've made it this bad. We've made it this fucking fantastical. So yeah, doesn't matter, does it? Just doesn't matter. What do you think? Doesn't matter if they're innocent, right? Because they've been given.
Honest question, Benny. When you're allowed back on social media, I would like to know, do you think that you made it this bad and this fantastical? If you've sat back and watched all of this, I would like to know, would you take responsibility for your part in doing that as well?
In a life sentence now. Stands to reason every day for the rest of these people's life will be a living hell. I foresee something bad coming on later down the road. So, no, it doesn't really matter. If she comes home, guess what? The world's going to try to take her from them, right? What can you do? You can't win for losing. Remember, guys, the absence of evidence, it's not the evidence of absence. God bless you.
Still July 18th.
Good evening. I know I've been a little absent from what's going on this tube. It's hard to look at. It's really hard to look at.
In that last video, I didn't hear him mention Jay. I must have missed it. September, but at this time, this must be when Dawn got on her panel. That's what I'm assuming. It seems to fit the timeline. We'll hear more. You know he ain't going to give it up. It'll all come out. And I want to thank you all for coming in and being here, and those I didn't say hello to. Thank you for being here.
And, you know, I got to thinking, like, it's called the true crime community. Like, what's the community true to? One thing. Let me tell you what. It is just too juicy and too appealing to put out something negative, because guess what? People are just, I mean, there's people out there with, you know, those things on their thumbs that they got at the bank when they count a lot of money. Like, they got those on their thumbs, or like Bengay on their thumbs, and, you know, no pun intended, but they are just burning up sets of fingerprints by the dozens. Like, it's people out there could, you know, get anything through the airport now, probably because they don't even have a fucking fingerprint. Like,
You can do anything in life and never be caught, as long as they're not on the camera, you know. Like, but like, true to what? True to what? It is impossible now for people to put out content about Summer Wells without spinning it in a negative way. Like, you want to know what? If Don left Candace, I sure hate that for the both of them. But let's talk about statistics, right? Statistically, when something like this happens,
July 18th, Dawn's first disappearance. I remember this, sort of.
you know, like this is what you see. This is the aftermath, right? You know, the divorce rate, it goes way up, or the separation rate, it goes way up when there's a tragedy to the child, when there's a child gone. And you know, it's
No, I posted a video about that earlier. I'll be bashed if I say my thoughts on it, so I'm not going to, but the only person that I see who knows who she was is, well, Big Eyes. God rest her soul.
it's a family that was on the fringe before, you know, on the margins, and now they are just, they're thrust into the darkness. There's probably not enough churches in that realm of the world to save those people from the YouTube. There just isn't. Like, the YouTube has done, I mean, the only thing left to do now is to continue with the wild speculation and allegations, or, you know, I tell Don and Candace now, like, hey, fellas, like, people you think are your friends, you don't have no friends right now, right? You might better pick someone out of the fucking blue that you don't even know, but looks like they have a long-standing, consistent pattern of loyal behaviors, or, you know, rock solid fortitude, you know, in regards to one focus, right? Never swaying from that focus. You know, I don't know what to tell you in regards to that, but I'll tell you right now, your friends aren't your friends. You don't have no friends right now, right? Because right now you've never had a friend like any of these folks ever in your life. It's going to be people, you know, squirming out of the woodwork in order to offer you something so they can turn around and put it on YouTube, right? It's all they want to do. They want clout, right? Yesterday I heard something about Candace in a store after the parade buying what equated to a methamphetamine pipe. You know.
Oh boy, we're to the meth pipe. There always seems to be a meth pipe. Fred dropped one in front of Jody Sue's driveway after Summer disappeared. Candace goes and buys one. I think Jody Sue implied it was Candace's meth pipe. I think Andy said he was going to bed. I don't know if he's still in here, but he seen Fred smoking a meth pipe. Lawson, you got an issue. If Juanita the psychic has a daughter, then it's not my son. I'm confused. I must have missed something. Oh, son's on. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think it's your son's one. I think when you said earlier, I didn't think it was. Yeah, it's been blamed through a few people. When Fred was coming out, what, a month ago with Ziggy, all that stuff, Jody Sue said that she thinks Fred dropped it. after blaming Candace for all this time, right? But their stories never change. Okay.
Like it's unsubstantiated. It's from a friend who was there. Like, it's just so disgusting. So disgusting.
Juanita's link. No, Phoebe, I'm fine. Most of the community knows who she is, and I don't want to dox anybody. I'm just really listening for what they said about her until I feel I need to research, or that everybody wants to research with me. We got to get through Benny's stuff. I keep taking breaks, and tomorrow I told Lady R I want to come on with the interview with Dawn and Smiley before I play some Benny stuff. So we got to get through this. It's a lot, but maybe after all of this we could do that. I'm sorry. All right.
Disgusting. I mean, not only that, but like what happens in situations like this is that it becomes so nasty that even pastors don't want to go under the knife of the YouTube, right? Like they don't want their life rearranged in real life because of YouTubers, bored ass YouTubers that love to hate. That's what this is. Go back to my prior video if you didn't see the one about loving to hate. It is a real thing. It is a defense mechanism. It's what you're seeing is the byproduct and the side effect of many different sorts of negative behaviors due to whatever substance abuse. And I'm not talking about.
All I can tell you is, depending how the day goes, probably sometime around like today, like I've been going between 5 and 8. If I'm not on by 5 to 8, it'll be like 10 or 11 late, depending, because I have my grandson for the weekend, and it'll be on this channel. I don't go on nobody's channels often.
The wells. I'm talking about the YouTubers, substance abuses, alcoholisms, depressions, mental health issues, all of these things, and really, you will hear these people with a complete, utter, and total lack of compassion anytime they're on YouTube. And it makes you wonder, are these people this diabolical? Follow me, because the diabolicism, it's there no matter what. Are they that diabolic that they're only that way online, and in real life they're like normal human beings? Or are they that diabolic that they're that way that they are on YouTube all the time in their real lives? Some of them it's a shake and bake, right? Some of them you can see,
You know what I see from Benny so far? A lot of creator bashing, a lot of causing division. That's what I see.
You can Google some of these big time haters' names, and you can see the utter destruction that they've done to themselves publicly for the viewers. Now, in closing, I want to tell you this, Don and Candace, before, and anyone that's involved with this case but isn't really aware of the thing called the beef sector. I wasn't either, but it's a thing, right? So once you're in that beef sector, they're going to completely annihilate you. They will manifest and manufacture all sorts of different voodoo against you, right? So what you need to do is, you need to know who you're playing with. You can just YouTube search some of these names, and you can get right to the bottom of who these people are. Now, Don and Candace, I also will tell you this. You could contact someone at the ACLU. I assure you, because it's the same way for Miss Sherrod, that there are actually attorneys right now that would take your case, either pro bono because of it being so high profile, or for a number of other reasons you might be able to figure out with them privately. But I would certainly start reaching out to attorneys to handle the civil part of these things here, and just stay positive, guys. That's all you can do.
Phoebe, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gracious. I wanted to let you know. I just seen that. I'm sitting here rolling one and listening to Benny. I wasn't looking at chat. Thank you so very much.
Right? I hate, that all of the time and the resource was extinguished in the initial part of this whole thing. And now it's, now guess what? They ruined, the YouTubers ruined the chance for the police to handle it, so that when we got to this point, the YouTubers could handle it. You understand what it's like job security, right? They messed it up in the beginning to make sure that, it was going to be only a force as large as YouTube handling it from here on out, right? I mean, that's what it is. It's only YouTube from here on out. I mean, it is going to be some law enforcement, but it's scattered, and it's, and it's, you hear the other officers, they've got other calls and they've got, stuff going on. So, thanks for that. But yeah, in closing, Don, Candace, start reaching out to some civil rights attorneys. A lot of this stuff is way over the boundary of ethical human decency. So I would start making an example out of them. Like I said, you will see results, and there will be people that will take your case. If you need help aligning that, Don, you can go ahead and reach out to me in the Facebook through the messenger. Anyhow, thank you guys, and remember, the absence of evidence is not the help aligning that. Don, you can go ahead and reach out to me in the Facebook through the messenger. Anyhow, thank you guys. Is way over the boundary of ethical human decency. So I would start making an example out of them. Like I said, you will see results, and there will be people that will take your case. If you need help aligning that, Don, you can go ahead and reach out to me in the Facebook through the messenger. Anyhow, thank you guys, and remember, the
July 18th, Benny still hasn't talked to Dawn. Sorry, I had to go back and listen to that. Benny still hasn't talked to Dawn, but he is giving him a promise of, I can help you get an attorney so that you could sue people. I wonder how long after this Dawn reached out to Benny.
Yo, Kwame, it's impossible not to see what's going on. My friend, the land that you have traveled into with this gentleman is called ad hominem. What ad hominem means is ad hominem is the attack, the personal attack on someone instead of the stance that they maintain, right? That's like saying, Kwame, you're stupid. Kwame, you're broke. Instead of Kwame, these are the numbers and statistics that would go along with coding in the hood. Or this is this and this is that. And these are the numbers, some science behind it. So when you venture into an ad hominem situation with someone, what you become involved in is a repetitive cycle of chaos, right? So, Kwame, actually, the way that you win every YouTube beef is by not engaging the devil. HC, he's not right up here, bro. He is not right up here. And for you to continue to venture that low with that gentleman, what it does is it damages your soul. This is not any sort of, soul calisthenic. Yo, Kwame, it's impossible not to see what's going on. My friend, the land that you have traveled into with this gentleman is called ad hominem.
Enough, we've also got phenomena, whatever that means. Phenomena.
Sorry, I had to. He just be making up any fucking word. Phenomena. Okay, dude. Whatever. Phenomena.
What ad hominem means is ad hominem is the attack, the personal attack on someone instead of the stance that they maintain, right? That's like saying, Kwame, you're stupid. Kwame, you're broke. Instead of Kwame, these are the numbers and statistics that would go along with coding in the hood. Or this is this and this is that. And these are the numbers, some science behind it. So when you venture into an ad hominem situation with someone, what you become involved in is a repetitive cycle of chaos, right? So, Kwame, actually, the way that you win every YouTube beef is by not engaging the devil. HC, he's not right up here, bro. He is not right up here. And for you to continue to venture that low with that gentleman, what it does is it damages your soul. This is not any sort of, soul calisthenic or some sort of spiritual revival that you got going on with Mr. HC. What this is actually doing.
Does anybody know what this is about? I have a feeling it's not about Summer. Should I move on? I think I'm going to move on. I don't know who these people are, and he's talking like the Muppets. We're going to move on. Okay, phenomena. Whew. Okay, now we're going to Unmasked. July 20th. So the last one was the 18th. He skipped the 19th. There was no live, I believe, until the 23rd, 28th. We'll look at when we get to the 23rd.
Well, Unmasked. Say it ain't so. You paid Allie $400 for that interview? You know, the thing about paying people to say shit for you is that when you pay them, they're going to dance with the people that brought them, right? What does that mean? That means if you're paying somebody like Allie for an interview, she's going to say whatever the fuck it is you want her to say, isn't she? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. $400, and here I was up here saying that you was putting down the funk without the jump. Man, that's fucked up out here. What do you think's gonna happen when you pay people like Allie to say shit about people like Candace? What do you think's gonna happen? You don't think that you don't think they're gonna put some extras on it just because you're paying them? You don't think they're gonna make it real extra nice and juicy?
Strange that Tiffany still very much supports Unmasked. Her and Benny must have different opinions, huh?
Huh? Because of that? I don't know. What do you think? Huh? What do you think? You think if somebody like Allie don't have no whole bunch of money and you thought she knew half of something, that you'd offer her some money and she'd tell you shit she don't even know is true? She'll make up some shit to tell you for $400, won't she? Hasn't she? We know actually for a fact some of the things she said on Unmasked wasn't true. Guess what? You couldn't pay me to tell a lie. Only the truth. Fuck you mean $400 for an interview. But you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
July 21st.
Good morning. Good morning, YouTube. So yesterday we heard a little bit about Unmasked paying for Allie's testimony. I find that real rich. Right? That's super rich. Of course, the first thing people want is they want to say, Benny, oh dear Benny, where are the receipts? First of all, in my life, my word is good enough. But for those of you on YouTube that have been lied to, incessantly. I'll say this to you. Nobody said that I'm wrong, right? You heard Ali anywhere say, oh, no, Benny's wrong. You heard Mass say anywhere, oh, no, Benny's wrong. We see that, money is the contributing factor. Money is the driving force, right? We see all of, the YouTube running crazy plays for money, making a fool and a mess out of cases and then using money afterwards to try to, essentially bribe families to take money from YouTube to jump back on with a video and say, oh, no, everything's okay now. Case in point, Frankie, Shanann's brother. He's been paid off by YouTubers after all the nasty they did to him. They sent him a check and he made a video coming on saying, oh, thank you, MGL. Thank you for everything. Money does that. So, yeah, receipts. Well, I don't have anything I'm willing to show you, but the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence, right? No one's come on and said I'm wrong yet. Not even Ali or anybody. So, it's disgusting. Fuck you mean.
July 21st, the CM interview. This one's a little bit longer, 10 minutes. Almost 10 minutes, 9:26.
Good evening. Good evening. So I'm going to do this probably in 2 parts, I think, maybe, depending on how this other 20 minutes goes. So I'm about 20 minutes through the interview with H. I've got about 4 main topics that I'm having an issue with now. First of all is I have roughly about 100 issues to start off with the interview. And that mainly consists of all the damn yawning. I've never heard my mom yawn that many times in 42 years. That's it, right? Like, I've never heard one human yawn as many times as I heard that boy yawn. I'm not going to go into the speech pattern stuff about why he's yawning and this and that. You could start to deduct that he knew this interview was coming. Seems pretty important. And he didn't get enough rest, right? I have never heard anyone yawn 100 times in 20 minutes. Give me just a second here. Testimony. Okay, so that's the first one, is all the damn yawning. It is insane. I actually have someone who said that they're going to go through and give a proper count to the yawns. I mean, it's crazy, the number of yawns. Number 2, there seems to be a bunch of things H isn't good at. He tells you from the very beginning he's not good at keeping track of time. And he says later on in the video how he's another thing he's not good at is paying attention to details. But he does remember most of the things of detail in the interview, or rather in that transpired that day. He remembers things with exacting detail, with extreme detail, right down to the purple and black vape that was bought. He remembered that she bought a Skittles vape. He, was very, very remembering. So that's number 2. Number 3, clearly Allie seems to be coaching. There were a couple of times where he may have entered into the realm of answering a question incorrectly to the narrative, and she kind of straightened about. So that part was a little bit concerning. For the part that Allie played in the whole thing, it seems as if she was only there to keep him on track. If he were it was an insurance policy sort of thing is the way I interpreted it. There also seemed to be some confliction about the milk jug between her and him. She said the milk jugs were in the middle when they pulled up. He said that the milk jugs were on his lap through the duration, and he doesn't remember, and they couldn't account for how the milk jugs got over there. Now, number 4 could be up there with number 1, especially when you look at it in terms of, sorry about my neighbor here. Anyways, when you look at it in terms of neglect and whatnot, you hear H saying somewhere in the 20-minute mark that when he got out of the truck, he showed Mom the vape that, wasn't like something. He said he got out and he went to get the vape from Candace. So he clearly wasn't trying to hide the vape. He got the vape, and then he said he showed his mom the vape. And that was the purple and black vape from the Hillbilly store. So Allie, in terms of neglect, you even heard the interviewer say, now Mom, no vaping. So clearly Allie has a fair understanding of what he does that obviously she allows him to do. So those were just a few things. Now I also had an issue with the way that that he talked about eavesdropping in regards to when Don called about this person that had been stalking children on the property for the last 2 weeks or whatever he said. It was pretty close to that. The fact that he seemed to have his antennas up already. And I found that to be just a point that stuck out, that he seems to have, I don't know, if I were to say, it seems as if maybe he's revealed a little something about, I don't know, the situation or himself. When you talk about, oh yeah, I was trying to be quiet and
Benny's neighbor's an asshole. He had me running all the way outside to check. I thought something was going on outside my house with all that beeping. I didn't realize it was coming from Benny's live. And as soon as I shut the door, I hear, sorry about my neighbor over here. I'm like, son of a bitch. Okay, I'm going to go back and read chat. I got my coffee.
And act like I wasn't listening or whatever it was he said. I'm trying to hear if there was anything suspicious going on. And at that point, there should be no reason for you to be suspicious about anything other than coming home with liquor on your breath. 20 so minutes in, I wanted to post this so that I don't know, I'm going to have to do it in a 2-part because I can't see the next 20 minutes of this interview and there not being an issue. The other thing I wanted to raise was that there was this whole situation with the biker gang, and about the hunter extraction And so clearly he wasn't extracted. And so I wonder what human solutions, what in the hell is all that even about? The extract. I mean, this thing is goofy. So yeah, this is part one of my reaction to Macbeth's interview. Before I finish, I guess what I deduced from Allie's coaching or refereeing or being the insurance policy, it was no fucks given. I'll say it that way. If you looked at the attire that Allie had on, that was totally inappropriate. I mean, that was completely inappropriate to be on there like that. There was just zero fucks given in terms of self-regard. And so to me, that really showed a hand in the fact that she had to be there. I feel I feel a lot of things about the way Allie portrayed herself in this interview. So I'm going to cut it there, guys, and I'm going to move on to the second half after I drink 80 shots of whatever. I don't even drink. I couldn't even drink an eighth of one shot. But this,
I have to agree with him. The way Allie went on that interview with Chris McDonough was gross. She could have tidied herself up. She could have stood in the background and spoke when spoken to. She didn't have a good look coming out there dressed like that for an interview with I mean, Chris McDonough got a lot of viewers. It's not like coming on here and she was paid for it. Like, he went there. I hate everything that's transpired in this case. I wish they'd find Summer.
stuff is just in the insanity. Now, I actually have one more, and this is number 5. I don't even know who the guy's name is who's doing the interview. Straight up, I don't I don't remember his name. But let me tell you this, sir. What you've done is you have just deposed. You just did a deposition. You just deposed that young man, and that's not helpful at all.
Chris McDonough has possibly ruined so much testimony if Summer's ever found and this goes to court. I can expect that from MGL. She doesn't have a law degree. I can expect that from Prairie Garden, Ziggy, Benny, Tiffany. But Chris McDonough has a very long history in law enforcement. He has testified at court hearings, at trials. I do not understand why he went and did things knowing that it can hinder Summer's case as an ex-police officer. I do not understand that. I never will.
What you just did there was not fucking helpful. That shit is the shit police do. That is not for you to do, sir, and to blast his testimony. Because I tell you what, if this thing ever goes to some sort of criminal phase, I guarantee you that the testimony you just heard from that boy right here today will be different if this thing goes to a criminal phase. Fuck you mean part 2 on the way.
July 22nd.
Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, true crime community. No, I said I was going to do a part 2 to the Macbeth interview, and I just got stuck on one thing. I'm an iPhone user, but I do know, due to researching it, where 13 deleted messages go, and they do not go to the Google picture trash. You would never find 13 messages that have been deleted in a file receptacle for pictures. And that's pretty much across the board when in regards to operating systems. I can't throw away a text and go find it in my deleted pictures section. It doesn't go there. So I don't know why the boy went on there and deliberately spoke a mistruth about the text in the picture trash. It's impossible. It is virtually impossible. One of the few things on the planet Earth, in our stratosphere, atmosphere, whatever the F.
Unless he was talking about the Google Drive, which is like the cache too. It could be there. He could have taken a screenshot, like a photo, and put it, or anybody could have put it in the trash and thought that they deleted it, not knowing about it. It's not impossible, Benny. I disagree.
You could never delete a text and it end up in a picture trash file. Not going to happen. Now, why he said that is a whole nother deal. I don't know if he said it and he didn't mean to say what he said, or if he deliberately designed that response in order.
Yeah, the prosecution could bring that person up, or the defense, and then they would hold a motion hearing, an evidentiary hearing, where they would bring it to the judge and fight the argument whether it could come in or not. That's exactly how that would work. You're right, Sin.
To dissuade in some way, but you are again never going to delete 13 texts and find them in a Google Pic trash receptacle. Not gonna happen, H. I don't even know what to make of it, to be honest with you. It's hard to know what to make of that statement. I'm still struggling, to find out I mean, these kids these days, they know how to do all this shit on these phones. I saw a video of a 2-year-old they handed.
That's why it takes so long sometimes to get something to trial. That pisses me off, how many motion hearings are held on evidence when new evidence comes in. It sometimes pisses me off and sometimes it doesn't. In the case of Megan Boswell, she had her attorney go all the way through years of evidence. This has been going on since 2018-19 with her. Pre-COVID. COVID comes along. It disrupts the airing of the trial. When they're getting ready to go to trial, she fires her attorney. They have to hire another attorney, and now they're doing that all over again, and we don't get a trial till 2025. I feel like that needs to change just for that reason, because it's very possible Megan Boswell may walk because of evidence lost and so many other reasons. Shit tampered with. All right. Sorry. She was talking about the evidence, then whatever, you know. And it made me think.
The iPad to, and the screen was dark. And so they handed it to the 2-year-old, and the 2-year-old went in there and did all the stuff to brighten up the screen to where he wanted it. So these kids know the way these operating systems work on all this shit. These things were created for these kids to tinker around with and stuff. But we know text messages never delete to Google trash files. Google pick trash files. Fuck you, me.
I actually think it was 2020. Is Nana still in here? She would probably know. I think it was 2020, and then COVID happened. They were searching because it was fall time. I remember. And then COVID happened, and it delayed a lot of shit. Like, it happened prior to COVID. 2019, I think. I'm pretty sure. And we're still waiting. Like, it's ridiculous. 2025. That pisses me off. That shouldn't even have been allowed to happen. Oops. Hold on. My mic is still on. Oh, where are we at? Right there. I think we're right here. July 22nd. Let me make sure.
Good morning, YouTube. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning again. It's going to be a real short video. This is in regards to, I don't know, the 6 or 8 people that are trying to get greasy with me in the comments about the interviewer of H being a retired homicide detective.
No, not at all, Phoebe. We're talking about Evelyn Boswell, which is another case that was close to Summer. It's actually how I found Summer's case. I was following that case on Facebook. That's how I ended up here. Okay. And I still wish I could remember. I had bought an angel. I bet you it's somebody in Summer's case. I had bought an angel for Evelyn's memorial, and I had it shipped directly from Walmart or Amazon, a statue and some other things. And I had taken pictures of it, and I was so excited that it got there. Never would I have imagined by the end of 2021 I would be on YouTube covering Summer Wells. At that time, my heart just bled for Evelyn. You know, sad. I can't even remember who I sent it to. If anybody remembers putting a statue at Evelyn's memorial for me, let me know. Okay.
That's all good and dandy, but he's not a fucking lawyer, okay? And so the battle usually in a murder case is going to be between the entities of a detective and the lawyers, right? So let me tell you this. We never have access to depositions until after the court and the penalty phase has been played out, right? So now what you have here is you have a ex-homicide detective, which, man, hey, during your tenure, I know you did great things. I know you did great things. I'm not saying that you're not currently doing great things. What I'm telling you is that you're polluting the discovery, and you're polluting any potential for a smooth, kind of seamless trial phase of this thing for whoever, right? Because it doesn't matter who took Summer, that boy still has to go on the stand and talk about his goings-ons that day.
right? Now you've allowed this deposition to be out and to be picked apart. And you want to know what? I see just as many people on these comments from Tennessee as anywhere else. So what you know, Mr. Interviewer, is that the people that are going to be pulled for that jury pool potentially, or if they pull a jury pool from some other county and bring them in, or if they get a change of venue and they move the trial to another county, you have to know these people still.
No, but I think I ordered it from Walmart, and Walmart, somebody stole money from me one time. It was way before Summer's case, nothing to do with this. And somebody stole money from a debit card I had. A purchase didn't go through, and they deleted my Walmart account because of it. I ended up getting my Walmart account back, but I had to make a new one. Like, they were like, okay, cool, whatever. And I couldn't use my old one. And I remember fighting with them because I had that damn account forever. And I was pissed off because it had all my back orders in it. And when I shop online, I like to go into my cart and go to recent orders and just reorder shit. You know what I mean? So everything I ever bought from them over the years was just deleted. And I was pissed. I remember being mad. So again, it had nothing to do with Tennessee or Summer or Evelyn. It was something in between the two. And it was one of those stupid, it was an Ace Flare card, like a check cash in place. Because I'm a weirdo and I don't like using real bank cards online. You know what I mean? So I go get them prepaid cards. It was stupid. It was a stupid thing. So I have no clue who I sent that to. And I remember we messaged back and forth, but I can't even find the messages. All right.
Are seeing this deposition you put out there, right? So what happens with that is that if they watch the deposition on YouTube, then they get pulled in for that jury summons and they sit down and they hear another testimony from the same boy, same day, and it's different. It automatically makes him a liar to them, and he's not a credible witness. Fuck you mean.
July 22nd. And thank you, Virgo. Thank you, Diamond Eyes. I try. I'm not the smartest. I'm wrong a lot. And I've said that, and I've even pointed it out tonight in my live, you know? But I'm a YouTube creator. I'm not a cop.
Good evening. Sorry for the late one. Probably won't catch many people till tomorrow with this one. I've got just a couple, maybe 3 questions. And please, I'm looking for feedback. Of course, adult feedback. Please comment with intelligence. The puppy that Don gave True. When did that pop back up over there? I'm just curious because that would contain some sort of, subsequent or alternate trip than what we know about now. And this neighbor guy, whoever this guy is, that's sleeping around in the car. I don't. Who's this guy? What are we shaking about him? And still that red truck. I clearly think that we know by now that that's not a witness. Although I would like to correct Court TV today. They published some media in regards to Summer and the lady gal on there. She said that they didn't know how to classify the person in the red truck yet.
that's incorrect. They've been classified as a witness, and now I think that we've.
He was really, really sticking up for the Wills without having direct contact with them yet, huh? Because his first direct contact with Dawn Wills, I believe, was on Voices Behind the Wall. Voices had already had them on. J is for Justice had already had them on. Anybody remember who else? Benny was really, really, really trying to grab Dawn's attention. So much so that he went to Cher to do that. And now him and Cher call each other brother and sister.
Publicly probably switched that to some sort of connection to the disappearance.
But Tiffany can't stand Cher. I'm confused. Just some out loud thoughts.
Or, at least a good way to start looking in regards to a vehicle. I don't know. I wonder why Allie hasn't been polygraphed. Maybe she was just far enough away in contact as, third person, second person, third person. Maybe she didn't require that. She also didn't wasn't required to turn her phone over. Although, thinking of it, in some sort of way forensically, you could obtain a lot of information about who and what Allie.
You know what it was, Diamond Eyes? Is I bought a third-party item from another country. And that person kept charging the card and charging the card and charging the card with no money on it. They kept charging me for the same item, and I never got the damn item. And that was when Amazon started selling their shit on Walmart. And it pisses me off. So now just know that when you go to Walmart, make sure you're looking for Walmart products and not nothing from Amazon. They're assholes too. Although I have to admit, I love my Amazon Prime.
Was communicating with and about just by looking at the other end of the horn. So I don't know. It's definitely sort of become surreal. I see a lot of people spending a lot of time worrying about has Don left the house? Like, where's Summer? Fuck you, mean. Please answer below if you know the answer to any of these questions. Actually, don't. Call the TBI first, then come see me about it. Fuck you, mean.
I was typing, but I'll just say it since the video ended. Oh yeah, I've gotten a phone scammers. I think my car warranty's been up for about 8 years, and I don't even own one. So that's amazing to me how my car warranty ever ran out. Why weren't all of the direct contacts in Summer's life polygraphed? Good question. The only thing I can say to that is because the police do have a direction. Or there's a cover-up. I don't understand that neither, September. Yeah, I seen that. I posted it. Sad. I'm happy her family gets answers. Okay. Let's go find the next video. I'm hanging on tonight. It's only midnight. It feels like 3 in the morning. We are right here. Wolves. Wonder if this is when he met Tim. Tim likes to talk about wolves. We'll see.
Good morning, gang.
That's just an assumption. It's not real. Don't take it. Don't run with it. I don't mean it. Let's listen to the video.
Good morning. So I can't stop thinking. You know, my brain keeps wandering. And I keep thinking about the possibilities, the what ifs, you know, and I'm still, you know, I'm stuck on a few things, but I'm stuck on this call about the man, you know, on the property attempting to, you know, to touch the boys, deal with the boys, whatever. You know, could it be possible that the boys may have been the motivation, and that Summer, you know, she had the hair, potentially a third party could have mistaken her for a boy. You know, now the interesting thing about, you know, let's run with that for a minute. That potentially the boys were, or
We need to explore the possibilities of that. I just don't see why. Why would they take Summer? You know what I mean? They came back and got the boys anyway. They would have easily been able to go in legally and take the children with a warrant with the police help. They wouldn't have to kidnap a child. That's just, I don't understand. I don't know. I have to explore that further because maybe anything's possible. I just, like the other day when I went through and we heard Candace say, you know, the attorney told me I could get the boys back, and they didn't comply with what they were court ordered to do because they came on here even when they were told there was a gag order. Even Lawson couldn't come on and talk about the boys and didn't. And that's when they started saying there was a gag order. Is it possible that the boys may have seen something and they're just waiting for a bigger piece of evidence? I doubt it. But there's a reason the portion that's gag ordered is the CPS. First of all, the kids are under 18. Of course it would be. But Lawson specifically said it bleeds into the investigation. And tomorrow, before Smiley or before we play Benny again, I can come on and show that. I have that clip. I hear you, Virgo. We can look. If you really feel that, you know what? Ryan would be, because I'm not local. I can't look there. Ryan would be really good at looking there. That's a good spot for him. You should tell him and message him and tell him about Ryan. If you're listening, you should go back and listen to Jody Sue and the bridge and the whole reason for people thinking that. Hey, Karen. How are you tonight? Strong feelings. And people should follow their intuition, you know? But just don't bring it to the locals. Tell the locals there they can look. Karen's local. Karen. September Vargo is worried about an area on the backside of Bays Mountain at ground level, right beyond the bridge. I don't know if there's a bridge there, but maybe you can search there. You're local. Or somebody can reach out to Ryan. Yay! I didn't do any this year. I was here being live, talking about your heartthrob. You'll get there sometime. I'll search the area on the map when I get off or tomorrow, and I'll see exactly where you're speaking about, okay? All right, back to Benny.
Or one of the boys were the target, and mistakenly they've grabbed Summer.
I hope you taking some 4th of July pictures. I like looking at your pictures. Maybe you can get some pictures of the fireworks, Karen, and post them.
Now, the man on the property and the issue with him, it was happening while Summer was gone with Candace. So it certainly would seem as if during that day, all of the Wells children.
Sorry, guys, if I misspoke. Read about Georgia Tan and Tennessee story. It was crazy. Sorry if I mixed you guys up. Georgia Tan, I heard that name. They're Moonshine Girl. She's a local. Virgo Angel.
Were the subject of much chagrin in that regards, which is is that coincidental? They say in investigations there's never a coincidence. So I start searching that realm of this gentleman that was trying to interact with the children on the property, the male children. So you start to look at the abduction in terms of the preference of any particular third party offender. Now, you run into many variables. Let's say that this offender has a preference for boys and potentially mistaken Summer as a boy. Well, then once you've made that snatch and grab, you get one, you're stuck with one, kind of thing. I think that may be probably how has a preference for boys and potentially mistaken Summer as a boy. Well, then.
Okay, so is he talking about people we're talking about, I guess at this time, the Tony Hammond stuff? Because remember, Tony had tried to take that kid or something, that teenager. But is it possible that somebody may have mistaken Summer for a boy?
Then once you've made that snatch and grab, you get one, you're stuck with one, kind of thing. I think that may be probably how it works. Now, if you run into a situation where you have an offender that has no preference. Now, to me, an offender that has no preference would suggest that he's offended before. I think for an offender to make that leap, in the very beginning, to have no preference sexually over this child, and we're talking about the third party offender, of course. It's you start to look in terms.
See, this is a problem I have. A lot of these creators, not just Benny, and I'm not going to go on and name them, but they have no qualm saying things graphically about a missing child. I just have an issue with that. I hate playing this on my channel. I want you guys to know that. But we're going to stick through it. We're going to listen to it. But for those that don't like it, like I don't, I get cussing, swearing, even talking funny things like we did earlier when Jacob came in but this is like directly aimed with the child. There's like other words you can use, and it just bothers me to hear words like that. But it's the truth. It could be, I just, I hate it. Sorry.
Terms of where, when you really get down to the fibers, you start to look at where would this, where could you find this offender? Where would this offender potentially reappear? And when the offender doesn't seem to naturally have a preference based upon male or female, I believe that offender becomes harder to track, especially if this is any sort of serial offender, someone that's done this before. If they have no preference, well, then I think that track becomes much more convoluted to try to source down. Now, the fact that he has no preference also makes him a lot more dangerous. He's a different kind of animal, right? An animal that wakes up and says, I'm going to take a child today. Now, I believe that there are some, there's some offenders that plan these things. And then I think that there's offenders that just get caught in the moment. And they're like, oh, I'm down here and I'm on the dead end street. And here's this little girl.
Why are you leaving, Virgo Angel? Don't leave. I'm trying to help you. If you have an intuition, I think it's okay to ask the locals to search. Please don't go nowhere. I'm okay with you. You're fine. Please don't go nowhere, okay?
Getting the mail, or she's down here throwing wood on the wood pile at the end, whatever could draw a child to the end of the road, because that's where we know that her scent lifted. So was she chasing a butterfly down there, and someone just happened to be down there, turned around, and they saw a young child, and like a cheetah or a lion or a tiger, they're triggered. And they're going to even fight to the death in order to ascertain what it is their focus is on. So
I think we don't have to go there to search, but I think if somebody has an idea or a feeling or an intuition, how you can clear that and clear yourself of it is by asking the locals, hey, can you search there? It shows a sort of trust. You know what I mean? Virgo Angel, you don't have to leave. I promise. I'm not against anybody, and I feel bad if you feel attacked at all in any way. Please don't. You've always been so nice to me. I want you to know that, and I believe your intuition. I think it's good if people go out there and say what they think, right? That's how we clear it up. Please don't leave. I hope you haven't.
you know we live in that day and age now. So those are just a few questions that I have. I find it a real leap in a stretch to try to assume that someone else other than the individual that was on the property. So we have someone we have a third party that's interested in Summer, and we also have a third party that's interested in the boys when the Summer's not even around. So that's a lot of pressure for those Wells kids. It can't be that many people right there all in one day trying to put some sort of sexual pressure on these kids. That's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. If you have anything intelligent and interesting to comment, please do it below. If you're not subscribed, please think about subscribing. I have 2 membership tiers. We have kind of a gumshoe and then a more interactive group as well. So, like, share, subscribe, do all those things. Fuck you, me.
July 24th. I'm probably going to go till the 25th and then jump off because I've been on forever and the baby hasn't even woken up. I feel like he needs fed. I just want to cuddle him. I'm not going to lie. I get some Mimi time with the baby.
Shit, Allie. Shit, Allie. Oh, man. You know, I find that being a good person online doesn't require me to know every single detail of these people's lives, right? At all. It does not require me to know their date of birth, their addresses. On the Orson West case,
Yet you ask for whole birth certificates, right? Or at least the numbers on them for your astrological reading. Okay, Benny. What changed? Keep asking.
I felt like I needed to know all that, and I felt like it was such pertinent information, and now it's you know what, like ooh, so I don't know. I was watching Chasing Truth, I think is her name. I was watching her channel and I stopped right now.
July 24th, 2021. Chasing Truth is mentioned.
In her video, because they're discussing Allie saying that the Wells, or not the Wells, that Don specifically only finds religion when he's in trouble, and that they didn't go to church, almost the whole year or whatever that they were tight, and then they show all kinds of posts from Don going to church way back since the 2019s. I mean, I don't know how many times you listen to someone lie and then still be able to cherry pick, right? Like still be able to cherry pick things out of anything that lady has said either time and be able to make them credible. Man, listen, if she would got up on that stand and said those folks don't go to church, and then when the state would rest, the old defense would come on in and say, oh, they don't go to church, huh? What are all these? See all these pictures right here? These are all from back before you knew them, and while you knew them. So they would eat her ass up. And I don't mean in a literal sense. I mean in a judicial sense. Man, they would cut bait and go fishing with her. So I don't know. You start to look at Allie actually starting to look like, or starting to take shape.
Listen, girl, I won't attack you over here unless you get into some really crazy, like that Juanita stuff. That was a little bit crazy to me. You don't be going to people's houses, walking in. Everybody has a right to be who they are, feel how they do, believe in what they believe in. you're not going to be judged or attacked here. And if you are, then people will be kindly asked to leave. And once they don't, they will be deleted and blocked. You're welcome to have an opinion and express your feelings over here, Virgo. Like I said, you've always been very nice to me. I have no reason to hate on anybody who's never hated on me.
Of the people that she's accusing, right? She's accusing Don. And let me tell you this. It isn't as if poor Hunter has been kept into a vacuum and doesn't know anything about what other people are saying about this case. In fact, there are times when he's surrounded by a bunch of old hens just picking away, peck, 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 peck. They sit at that same table and smoke cigarettes and puff vapes and talk that shit. They get their shit off, right? So that boy, he's never going to have an opposite opinion than his mother. If they do have an opposite or a conflicting sort of detail, it's on accident. That boy, he's not going against all them women in his house. I tell you that right now.
But that shouldn't even be asked of him by YouTubers. That's only for him to do with law enforcement. We're not law enforcement. And in my opinion, after seeing when Allie passed away, bless her soul, no matter what I think of her, when Allie passed away, Hunter came on Andrew's panel. Do you remember how he's like, I'm talking to my attorneys, blah, blah, blah. I feel like Hunter has done a good job not talking about much online. And it's very possible that Hunter's still a witness to whatever happened. No matter what way you look at this, it is still very, very possible because Hunter hasn't spoken out past Chris McDonough's interview much, at least going into Summer's case. I feel like he did an okay job answering questions after Allie passed away. Still very immature, though. A lot of growing up to do that, young one. I pray he gets it together one day.
I don't know. Like there's a portion of your reasonable doubt in regards to Allie right there. So the state would bring her up. She would give her testimony, and then the defense they would rest. The defense would take it, and then they would eat Allie's ass up. They would eat Hunter's ass up. They would eat the rest of the people that sit at that table. They would eat their ass up too, because they're all wrong, and they all have one belief. They all have one story they're pushing over there. Nobody over there has.
Summer's not been found. Nobody's been charged. Nobody knows who's wrong and who's right. Just my opinion. However, I agree, again, with what Chris McDonough did. It puts chance of an arrest in harm's way. It puts chances of not tainting a witness in harm's way. They can use everything Hunter said against anything against him. That is 100% how it works. We talked a little bit ago, if you're just getting here and looking, about evidentiary hearings and motions courts and how that comes out. I think it was Synod asked, and yeah, like what Chris McDonough did is wrong on so many levels. So many levels. There may never be justice for Summer because of that interview, because of Jody Sue going on and talking about her scream. She said, I guess because they said it, I can say it. No, Jody Sue. Just because they said it doesn't mean that you had to come out with everything and never shut the fuck up for 3 years. How's that caring for Summer? In my opinion.
As a conflicting story, right? People don't group together when they have conflicting ideologies, right? So you have a group of old hens over there pecking at that young boy, putting that shit in his head, and he was there. They weren't even there. He was there, but they're putting the shit in his head. You can see it. I mean, come on, you can see it plain as day. So, yeah, as far as Allie's testimony, if they rested the whole case on Allie, well.
Okay, I followed the Vallow case, and that's kind of new. And they did all kinds of evidentiary hearings and stuff in that case. Maybe what I'll do one night is we'll come on and we'll watch an evidentiary hearing case and see how it works. Maybe we'll come in and watch certain parts of trials so that you guys can see exactly how that works when you go to court. Chris McDonough made a big boo-boo. It pisses me off.
Oh man, somebody's walking free. Let me tell you that shit right now. If they were to rest that shit on that bitch, somebody's walking free. And there ain't no justice, right? Because that woman, she climbs a tree to tell a lie when she could stand on the ground and tell the truth. Fuck you mean.
Just to, easily.
I'm
July 24th. And after this one, we'll go check and see when the last live was.
back. All right, y'all. If you mess with me, man, go around to GoFundMe and find Allie's. It's made by some psychic gal. Find Allie's GoFundMe and let's get that thing looked at. Report that. Would you flag it? Let's make sure that the people think that that's legit. Because I don't think that you genuinely lose. If you're in good standing already, you don't lose your job for being helpful with the missing child, right? You didn't lose your child. You didn't lose your job because of this case. You lost your job because you don't perform. Okay. So for you to then now what can we expect? First of all, you're a paid witness. You've been paid to do this shit online. You've made this thing judiciously. You've made this a mess. Taking money for your testimony. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now you need the money. So what does that mean? You're going to be popping up all.
Yeah, she has. And another one is Lauren and Dr. John on Hidden True Crime. They're like my favorite channel. They're so professional. I love them. Lots of research they've put in. Yep.
All over the web now, man.
Allie. A GoFundMe because you lost your job because of this case. What do you think the Wells have lost? Because of what you said. Man, jump back on the horse, dust off, jump back on the horse and get you another job. That is.
Why do I not remember this? I may a little bit down the line after we hear a little more, but Allie put up a GoFundMe. Who put the damn GoFundMe up for her? Because she lost her job? Her child wasn't missing. She had no reason to lose her job. She could have still went to work. Yes, I love the Woodcocks. Poor Larry, man. You see him when they thought they weren't going to be able to charge with JJ's thing because of the mess up. Thank God that was able to go through. My whole heart dropped for him. $4.26. Okay, back to Benny.
Doesn't mean you move the pimping to the web and you start getting the money off the web. Man, you don't know. You've been paid for your lies already. Go to GoFundMe and look up Allie Mullaney's GoFundMe and report that shit. Fuck you mean.
That's crazy to me. If somebody put up a GoFundMe for her. Who put up the GoFundMe for Allie? I'd like to know. Why can't I remember that?
YouTube, Facebook.
July 24th.
Oh, a lot of yous. Instagram, Snapchatters, TikTokers. Did I miss any? You guys have ruined summer's chance with the professionals. Now we're relying on it's a thorough organization, but it's a nonprofit organization, and it's not the first string, right? So thank you for that. That's just the start. You've given A and H celebrity status, although when and this is in your untrained public court of appeal. Okay, now mind you, if we let the people on YouTube run these, and they do in a way, but if we let them go down strictly on YouTube, oh, what an anarchy we would live in. Now, when you run it through the standards of the court and, all the things you got to do to get in a courtroom and sit down and try to be made civilized and human to try to pass judgment on someone else's life. Boy, what would a YouTube channel content creator, what would one of their channels look like if they got put on one of these cases that they've been following or covering? Would they lie and say they don't know anything about it just to get on there in furtherance of their agenda? I don't know, but yeah, we do know, right? So you've given these two a celebrity status when you were to.
That's going to be the mystery now. Who unlocked the videos? I really have a feeling it was Lizzie. He quit talking about her. We haven't heard him talk much about her since when did we start? The 13th. But they get in real thick again. But I doubt it was Tim. Benny had this channel prior to Tim.
You put them on the stand, you're going to shoot holes through it
I mean, it looks like a strainer now, so, I believe that Hunter could have stolen those objects like the vapes and yeah. But what he said is that he got out of the truck and then went back to Candace to get it, and she gave it to him. So it wasn't like, I don't get it, right? So now the new one is you had the boys taken, right? You guys keep calling. It's what you've done to me, except for
So the boys are removed. This is when the boys are removed. No.
I'm not in the middle of a child abduction case, so the standards aren't explicitly more stringent, right? So and they had some CPS stuff going on before all this, allegedly. So kudos for taking the boys away. That's helpful. Maybe, I'm sure you guys will sleep better at night. But what you don't realize is the lasting effect that does to these people's mind state today, right? Through pressure of YouTube calling CPS.
And still no contact with the Wells. Keep that in mind. This is Benny talking freely before the meeting of.
On people that are on the fringes, it does have an effect, evidently. Now, yeah, so Candace, I imagine, would have to be suicidal. She's lost 4 children in the span of time that we've allotted them, right? We're like, okay, yeah, no more. We're going to take their kids, this week. And that's what YouTube decided. The Court of Public Appeal has already deemed them guilty, so there is no way they'll get a clean trial anywhere. When you look at the numbers on the videos, this thing is nationwide, worldwide now. So it wouldn't matter if you put them in Pakistan; they're not going to get a clean trial. The other thing is that I want to talk just a second about YouTube ethics. There clearly is no ethics involved when it comes to covering these children's cases. I see serial killers.
Hey Josh, how are you tonight? I hope good.
Get more respect than the families of tragedies like this. There are some corners of the true crime where they are actually battling for YouTube ethics for the families, and the victims themselves. I also wanted to kind of talk about a parallel that is glaringly apparent, and I'll just say the names. We'll say Orrin and Orson West, Cash Gernon, Xavier Harrelson.
So these are all cases he's covered. There's parallels. There's no parallels in the cases. They're all different. Every case is different. Every family is different. Every human on this earth, Benny, is different. There's no parallels between the cases you covered and those cases. Hate to break it to you. He just pushed and pushed and pushed to talk to them, M9. And then he had his opportunity on shares. That's where they meet for the first time. When we get to that point and he mentions it on here, we'll go over and watch that. Promise. Actually, I have that one downloaded, even.
the eyes of YouTube, these things will remain unsolved, right? Forever. Now, if you subtract the Cash Gurdon case, the others are actually unsolved. And I don't think that it's hard to gather and come to a conclusion that YouTube is responsible for the fact that Xavier, Summer, and Orrin and Orson West are still missing. That's 4 children that the YouTube have helped on, and there's been no help, right? In all.
So J is for Justin interviews the Wills first. They then go on Voices Behind the Wall. On Voices Behind the Wall, they meet Chasing and Benny. Just a refresher.
All of those cases, we're not talking about criminal masterminds. What we're talking about is the same, it's a formula that transpires naturally when these cases happen in regards to social media. First, what happens is in the initial stage, they burn up all of the true monies that these counties and they have allotted for these things. Like, it gets burnt up until it's forced to be scaled back and pushed into a cold case. It's what happens. After that, after YouTube floods these law enforcements with all of these bad, crazy info-filled tips, then what happens is like I said, the law enforcement scales back. Then the non-profiters come forward. Meanwhile, when the non-profiters come forward, the YouTube has already assumed possession of the case, right? The YouTube is the very reason why they get, it's like I said before, it's a job security, right? If you're jumping in the front and you're screwing something up so that later on when it gets scaled back and it's left to the non-profiters and it's left to the YouTubers, it's right where they wanted it, right? That's like throwing a pass to yourself, right? It's insane, right? So you've got 4 kids who YouTube have helped extensively to, you can help somebody to death. And YouTube has helped these cases to death, right? You've got Summer, you've got Orrin and Orson West, and you've got Xavier Harrelson, right? Now, that's not even to mention little Amari in Las Vegas. All these clout-driven child true crime channels were right there in Las Vegas, and that little boy was hidden, stuffed somewhere right there, right? Had they had their head out of their asses and away from the cameras, they'd have found that little boy right there, right? So, YouTubers are the very definition of a case gone awry. Fuck you, man. Good evening, guys. Good evening.
Okay. 24th to 27th. So tomorrow we start on the 27th. Let me go back real quick while we're looking at this. Lives. Where did we end? The baby's waking up. He's starting to fuss, so this might be a good time to end this here. We watched this one, right? I believe clearing up the truck rumor. Yes, here we are. So he goes MIA from the 24th to the 27th. I'm keeping that in mind because he says back in July I went to Tennessee. So let's see. We're just, paying attention here. So from the 24th to the 27th, he is not on YouTube. He makes a live on the 28th, does videos on the 27th. That's where we start tomorrow. Okay? Promise. After, of course, we're going to go over some of Smiley and things Dawn said about California at Lady R's request. And not just that, I think it's good to hear that because we spoke about it a little bit. And I do want to kind of keep it mixed up. I don't want to just go over Benny constantly. So I don't know, maybe I'll come live earlier if I get an opportunity and do the Smiley then like I did the other day, and then come on and do Benny. I think that's probably what I'll do, but it may not end up that way. Yes, Dawn and Callie. Yes, I will be live tomorrow, hopefully twice instead of once, because 6 hours tonight, guys. This is the longest live I've done in a long time since John Q and Kim and all of them came on my panel. I think. But I want to plow through this. It's a lot, It don't go too long because he gets his next channel. It's just a lot of material at the beginning to go over. And when we're done going over these, we have to go find the things that match with them. So that's why tomorrow I'm going to find, marathon for sure. All of it and what led up to it. Who was involved in it. Like I said earlier, this isn't the trash. Listen, I'm going to give my damn opinions. You know what I mean? I have to give my opinions. That's just who I am. I'm blunt. I speak from my mind. But I also give you, in a lot of cases, not all of them, my unpopular opinion too, right? And I listen to your opinions and we try to put them together. And if there's something we can solve together to get it out of the way and help us, then let's do it. We just, like I said, you have to be mindful on how you do it. I think it's important, again, to go back and just listen. But we are going to have to skip around a little bit in order to do that because there were other panels. Like I was thinking about this morning. This is going to take a while. Yeah, we talked about the mom and certain things. So we definitely have to go over Smiley tomorrow. Hopefully she won't strike me. I won't monetize it if she has a damn problem. But okay, guys, I'm going to go wake this baby up and feed him so that I can get some sleep. I'm going to have to do some decent sleeping over the next 2 nights. But love and peace to you all. And thank you for being here. And thank you for those of you that will watch later. I'm actually going to try to catch up on what happened tonight on the YouTube streets as well. All right. Talk to you all tomorrow. Peace and love.